Howdy! My ninjas, my samurai, and my non-binary Kensai. It's me! Creed, my mouth is a little dry.
No! Shut the fuck up!
Wow, she got loud really quickly. I wish there was a way I can make soundproofing. Today we are joined by the most... It's...
Well, the best soundproofing is to be several miles away from her in a different house. But we can't do that yet, unfortunately. Avery, do you think we'll be able to do that, like, within the next 3 years?
I don't know.
I'm hoping I will have a reasonable enough income by then to where I can at least support my half of the endeavor.
I just want to make sure that this house gets paid for. I need to figure out how that can be consistently occurring. You know what I mean? Anyways, we're playing Phoenix Wright.
There's a thing I could get into now, but I won't.
I think you lack a sense of sentimentality at times.
I think you lack a sense of needing to get the fuck away from your sister.
I mean, she intends to leave at some point. That's her problem.
Yeah, but you know that shit's never gonna happen.
You are a pessimist tonight, aren't you?
I am a fucking realist. I look at situations and I assess them in an objective manner, and I can tell what's going to happen and what's not going to happen based on these people that I know.
Do you think pessimists say, I'm a pessimist, or do you think pessimists say, I'm a realist?
Avery, it's not pessimistic to, like, assess the situation, realize what's going on, and realize that this person is not doing what she's supposed to do in order to achieve her goals.
I don't know, I just don't think this is a conversation I want you to be bringing up in the middle of the fucking first 10 seconds of the stream.
Well, that's why I said I didn't want to get into it, or I wasn't going to, but then you kind of, whatever.
Anyways, we're going to be playing Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, so do you have any idea where we're supposed to go in the game now?
Yeah, I got this, don't worry.
Because I don't... Chat, I accidentally bought a $12 smoothie today. I'm guessing we already read all of this.
Read it anyways.
I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts, like that one. That has 2.
2 parts?
What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part.
Another report is about an attempted suicide. Timber's name, it's Adrian Andrews.
Yeah, we already did that.
Yeah, I know.
Was it good at least? The smoothie? It was worth $6, I'd say.
Dependent nature. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature?
Is this new or not?
Yes!
Oh. Wait, actually, okay. Adrian Andrews attempted suicide. It was a few days after the death of Celeste Pax.
And?
And why did Adrian did you think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live.
Lost her will? Why would she?
They didn't have avocado or pronouns. Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Pax, was gone forever. That's why.
I wish I had a smoothie with pronouns in it. All I have is whiskey. Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave?
Why do we bring her along to learn about all this shit? She is 8 years old.
Because it's kind of funny. Kind of funny, not gonna lie. Kind of funny. Funny haha.
After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She's someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. One of those people, huh?
And that's the need for dependency on others.
When Celeste Pax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself.
Then that means her super confident attitude.
It's all a facade.
Melons?
How did you instantly find the one thing that you forgot to do last time, by the way?
Because I'm a gamer. I definitely did not look up specifically what I was supposed to do here for this moment, and then I definitely did not do that. Look, I didn't want to start the stream with like 15 minutes of just meandering around trying to figure out what the fuck I missed, so I just looked it up and like, I missed a dialogue. Okay.
She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together.
Look, I've not cheated elsewhere, but this is the one that I was just like, we're getting start of a stream, I want to just get to it.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Not terrible. Attempted suicide report added to the court record. Attempter, Adrian Andrews. Reason, shock from Celeste Pax suicide.
Appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliché saying, but it's cliché because it's true.
Miss Andrews... I think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. Hey, do you know about the... Do you want to look about suicide? Anyways, I got alcohol today, but we couldn't get it because one of the people in the group did not have their identification and could not prove they were an adult, despite the fact I was the one buying it, which made no sense because like I'm the one there. If the people left the building, would then I be good to do it? If we left and then I came back in, would they be okay to? Would I be okay to buy it?
They don't want like a 14-year-old to come in with their 21-year-old brother and be like, oh, big bro, I want spicy whiskey. They don't want like the kids to be able to choose the thing out because or something like that. I don't know.
Well, yes, I get that, but you've done nothing to me. I could just leave and then come back in the building. I could come back the next day, even. You cannot stop me from just... You cannot stop anyone from doing that. They could just do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like...
It's just one of those things where it's like better to have it like it might
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's to
discourage it a
cover their
little
own
bit.
asses, I guess, but it's like, it feels like it's a lot of pomp and circumstance for something that is an unavoidable truth that a person can legally buy something and then just... There's nothing stopping me from going to a package store, buying as many of those tiny bottles of alcohol as possible, and then going to my local playground and placing them on every surface available. There's technically nothing that can stop me from doing that direct line of action. It's like, yes, they probably should have a better way to stop me from doing that, but there's nothing that could actually technically impede me from doing that. Anyways, so eventually they just decided to DoorDash it instead, so that way, like, I was just able to, you know, show my idea about it, and then give me the alcohol, etc., etc. But the website for it didn't have the same selection as the actual store, and so they ended up getting the wrong Crown Royals that the others ones were getting out, and they didn't have the one I wanted, so I was just like, just get me something else at random. I don't really care as long as it's like in a similar price bracket. So they ended up getting me a $13 thing of whiskey, of bourbon whiskey. What they did not realize was it is a 200 milliliter bottle, which is tiny. This thing is minuscule. Fits in the fits in my hand. It's like this is not worth $13. This better be like the best bourbon I've ever drinking before.
Two things real quick. First of all, Jaden, if you're going to rely on something for stress relief, don't use alcohol, use weed instead. I'm not saying you should use weed, but like if you need something, it should be that. Anyone who relies on alcohol to get through their life is a stupid ass motherfucker when you can just get like THCA. It's not illegal, it's the same shit. Second, I'm still thinking about this. I'm sorry, but like you called me a pessimist earlier. I genuinely take great offense to that. Like you've seen my doomers video.
Oh, you're not a doomer. I'm not gonna say you're a doomer in any regard. I feel like that's a different thing to a pessimist.
Yeah, it's just like I genuinely I am an optimist. I look at things in an objective light that like I feel like sometimes people are afraid to admit the situation. You know, that's it. But again, I don't want to get into it.
Yeah.
I just don't like being called a pessimist.
My bad. I didn't know that was a peeve of yours.
Well, it's not that it's a peeve. It's that it's not accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, alcohol is a terrible drug to rely on for getting out of a shitty life.
Yeah.
Better than meth, but like just like weed is right there. Don't do
damage thing. I only drink whenever it's funny.
Like as someone who did use weed to deal with very shitty life, not really life circumstances, brain circumstances, I can tell you there's pretty much anything else is gonna be worse.
March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, On Guard's hotel room. Oh. Dear pesky plumbers, Pesky Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Pesky von Karma?
What are you doing here?
My best? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so...
You've got some nerve following me around.
We're on the same case. Following you? That's you... My throat's just not working today. Dear pesky plumbers. That's you, Pesky von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that pesky detective with the little beard.
I'm just used to her voice at this point. It doesn't even register as weird to me.
Yeah, following after Scruffy. Don't make me laugh.
I do like that they have a pet nickname for him.
Let me show you something interesting, little girl.
It's a gun! Blam! Clicks fucking Pearl. What are we gonna do? She's a prosecutor. She can whip people, why can't she just shoot somebody? You ever think about that? Is assault not a crime in this universe?
I don't know.
Is it like only murder? Assault's fine? You can beat people up, but you just can't kill them?
They're permanent damage.
Thanks, subtitles, I couldn't tell. What is that?
An electromagnetic receiver.
The only crimes are tax fraud and murder. You know, I mean, death and taxes, am I right?
I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that proves every move.
So that noise we heard was hit this receiver. I'm really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now.
Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews.
What the fuck? How did he do this voice? Yes?
Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood?
Alright. What was she talking about? Pesky Andrews. She seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Giant bone sitting on the plate. I don't really like meat. There's something weird about this plate. I wish I could put my finger on what it is. It's missing a knife! Hey, did you see this report? See this report? Okay, now we actually do the Magadama. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. On Guard's life in danger by your own actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. Not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow, I highly doubt that. Do they want me to...
Is it the second one? What does the second one say?
This is the report.
No, the other one.
This is the one, shock from Celeste, so I guess this might be evidence?
Well, what does it say when you click on it?
What do you mean?
Does it not open up a thing?
No. There's no check for this one.
I think it's that one.
I'm very bad at connecting with people. They're so depressing for the most part. I especially dislike feeble-minded individuals. Yes, well... That's why I don't think I could ever be intimate with you. Guess she's saying I'm both depressing and stupid. But I'm certain you were very close to the victim. All you like, but I still don't have any proof. Well, we need to show they're close to the victim, so I think that's the magazine clipping. You and Mr. had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into the story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on your good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see, however, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me, need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Kurita for this person's sake? On guard! Was the one who asked about it, I believe. Is that it? No, it was some... It might have been the other person. It's been a hot minute. I did not understand. What? It's not my nature to enjoy doing things for others. But you're a manager. It's called a job. I'm in charge of Mr. On Guard, the star, not Matt On Guard, the man. Oh. And you are not my client. Is my subtle hint to go home? But I know you must have had a need to get close to the victim. You need to get close to Mr. Kurita? That's what you mean? I mean, they also got close because, yeah, the mentor was also a valid argument here. Let's go with the mentor.
Back like 30 seconds. I need some milk.
Celeste impacts. Your mentor. Anyways, chat, how are we doing today? Yay. I can totally believe on Karma chipped Gumshoe. That is entirely within her character to do so. We chillin'? We villain today? We chillin' or we villain today? Phoenix Wright needs more QuickTime events. I think Phoenix Wright could do with a first-person shooter part. Honestly, you always come to these streams so late. You always are so sleepy. Maybe you should change your sleep schedule to better accommodate watching my stream. Have you thought about that? That's a joke. Don't ruin your sleep schedule just to watch my streams.
So, like, we still have not gotten to a trial day yet, right?
Nope, because we stated there's only 1 day of trial we're allowed.
Oh, I forgot about that. It's gonna be a long one.
You think I should take a shot of this bourbon to see what it's like?
Oh my god, when your mom...
Celeste impacts
one
your
shot's
mentor.
not gonna hurt.
How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impact. She committed suicide, didn't she? It looked like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kratos so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Are you a slimy muckraker?
Muckraker, what is that?
Is that what Mako is short for? Muckraker? It's a person who rakes through the muck. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with her suicide, the way her suicide was resolved. Because there was no note. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body. Mr. Kurita! Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita! Tiger, please never say that sentence again.
Yeah.
I've sat quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is where the Celeste Impact was someone very special to you. You attempted suicide.
I always jump the gun on these.
Hey, you gotta lead into it. It's like when you trying to solve cases in Danganronpa. It's like, you know the end piece of evidence you need to solve something, but it's like you need to get through like the lead up to it first, and it's annoying.
Show
like,
your work.
You gotta show your work, yeah. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie. A facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. That's not how you say the word facade. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. And Celeste passed away so suddenly like that. I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Impacts' note? You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you may have been one with a reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? Motif for motif! It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence.
And yet you dress like that.
Yeah, I'm just really slamming as well. That's unrelated. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I styled myself after famed video game protagonist Samus Aran. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Pesky Andrews! There's one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave.
Tiger, I don't understand your sentences sometimes. Our honor, she's full of shit. Your honor, lesbians, seems to made of murder.
It was my secret. Mine and... I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was on Corrida. Celeste. Without her I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tablet reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. If they purposely added fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. As for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me. That's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. I attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret.
Pesky Andrews.
If you found out about my weakness, I'd sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Maybe. If it comes up in trial.
Way to pull the card, man.
Miss Andrews, guess she's the overthinking type. She never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Like when she said muckraker. That was a really good word choice.
We're gonna, like, have to bring out the fact that she wanted to kill herself on the stand, just to, like, prove the case that who was actually guilty. She's just gonna bring out the katana seppuku right on the witness stand.
Thank you for your discretion.
Pesky Nick, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Pesky Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. It's like a really weird animation for her, and it does not relate to anything we've learned so far. Do you think that, like, card might be useful in some way?
That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding?
It's my V card, bitch!
Huh? Oh, this? It's a small white card with a conch shell on it. I just own it. I bought it like a collector's shop at a beach. Just, you know, souvenir. It's just... Why the fuck are you asking? There's a murder going on. I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is that? Looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? But if you turn it flipways, it actually looks like a small dog.
Self-oofs in 4K. It just falls apart like a Roblox character.
Honestly, don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. We're not remembering something clearly. Something could be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. On Guard in your capable hands.
Who the fuck is this purple M&M? I've never seen her before. She's the peanut-shaped one on this package.
Well, she exists now.
Wait, they gave the brown M&M the... Oh wait, this is different from the green one. I was gonna say she has high heels, which they unwoked her.
They had to add a new fuckable M&M.
Yeah, I guess, because the green one doesn't have the high heels anymore. Gotta appease Tucker Carlson somehow.
In Tucker Carlson's America, there would be 3 minutes of graphic on-screen M&M sex with every candy ad. Just to prove that they're not woke. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, a hallway. I think everything's improved by M&M sex. Anyways, well, I think we've gathered about all we can.
What about Pesky Maya? Is she alright?
No, she's dead. Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all, and has been walking all over the place with me today.
What's wrong, pesky lawyer?
Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
You can't say that fast. You cannot. You can't.
Oh,
you
no.
Cannot.
Is that what mini M&Ms are?
I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I really am.
You don't look fine to me. In fact, your sprite looks almost identical to how it's been since I met you. I think all the M&Ms should be slutty. I want them to melt in my mouth, if you know what I mean. March 21st,
I'm gonna
right?
be
For
right
law
back.
offices.
I can't listen to this.
I'm gonna take a swig of the glug, you know what I mean? Woo! Woo, woo! Go down hard, put away wet, am I right? Ooh! Mmm! Whoa! Ooh! Wah! Woo! 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 Ooh! Ooh! That's
What's
I took a slug of my glug of bourbon, and ooh, that's sitting in me right now. That's sitting in me. Chat says you're not a horse, but I'm certainly hung like one. Anyways,
So, what now?
well, we did find one thing for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. Creed, now that you're drunk, would you fuck Mr. Peanut? First of all, one slug of bourbon's of what percentage is this? Of a 90 proof bourbon is not gonna get me drunk. If anything, it'll make my Pearl voice better. For two, no, I would not fuck Mr. Peanut. That dude's a capitalist. I'm not drinking an entire bottle of... Jaden, do you think people drink alcohol by the bottle? No, you take it in... Especially something this small, you take it in shots, or you use it as a mixer with a Coke.
what was the implication that they would try to handle that?
Like, like, out of all the alcohols I've had so far, this is definitely... Like, that hits you, goes down, and then, like, rattles around. Apparently, this was batch number 686, but it was bottle number 2000. Oh, right in the dot. That's nice. Collector. If it was 666 bottle 2000, then that's going on the shelf.
You mean pesky impacts is suicide? Isn't it bad for me to call a person who committed suicide pesky? Should I not do that? Like, it's sort of my thing at this point, but
Gotta be
like,
consistent.
but like, okay, I'll continue to do it, but I'm gonna feel a little awkward when I do it.
That's right. She was also one to discover the victim's body. Clever.
I drank entire cans of spiked tea when I did it. That's a can! That's like a fucking eighth the size of a bottle. What are you talking about? That you're supposed to drink. That's like one drink is a can of spiked tea. Okay? A bottle of like 45% alcohol has many, many drinks inside of it. Do you not understand how this works?
Ah, pesky lawyer, the transceiver.
Hello? Regular officers? Did he answer your phone?
Mr. Attorney, how did I do this voice? We're not answering the phone.
Maya, where's Maya?
As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time.
Ew.
Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished.
Yeah, that girl eats like 50 kilocalories a day. Like, I don't know what's up with her. What?
So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree?
Wait, Maya, let me hear her.
Very well.
Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya, damn it, he cut me off. This is just like traffic.
Pesky Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Unless she was saying, like, a longer sentence and we were only hearing parts of it. She could have been saying something like, mask in my system. Which I don't know what that means, but it could have been what she said.
Sis? What does she mean? Phoenix fucking right! You have been relying on her sister for 2 games now!
Is this the narrator?
I think this is probably Mia.
Oh.
Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one.
I'm sorry? Meow!
I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her.
Won't even let me investigate the room. Have you seen my attorney's badge?
Sorry, but I don't have time to answer your questions.
Yeah, we should be worrying about Maya right now. Have you seen, this? What can you tell me about Maya? What about Pearl? I assume you're not gonna tell me any of those things. Maya's situation. How's Maya?
She's safe, for now. A kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems.
I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know?
As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could.
I didn't need to do spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Like, you can do this, you can do some spy shit with this. Why don't we use the undead as a form of postal service? A post-mortem service. Postal mortem. There we go. Postal mortem. That's a term. The kidnapper. What's he like? Is he into movies? Does he like a long walk on the beach? Is he kind of hunky? Is he kind of hunky?
I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there.
That's her very dead sister. And the woman, they gotta give him a break. The family ages like Pokemon. Spying while using the dead, same as D&D, they only know what they knew in life. That's not true! They clearly have learned information while being dead. And?
She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now.
Delta Room.
I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her.
The DLC of Dark Souls 1. When you were with her? Date? Time? Location? Wait. We've been, like, I feel like you don't really need to make the date, time, location a mystery. Like, the location, yeah, sure, make that a mystery. But, like, she was kidnapped, like, yesterday. The date would either be yesterday or today. It does not need to be a mystery here. It's not like the time and date would affect our knowledge. I haven't done Maya's voice in, like, so long, I cannot remember how to do her voice. What did Maya sound like?
Very, like, soft.
Oh yeah, she's the one. She's got a very tiny voice. I'm starving.
Not that tiny.
I'm starving.
That's about right.
I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. At least 4. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Well, technically, if he leaves me alone to starve to death, he didn't kill me directly, so... I don't know. It'd be kind of iffy on the court to figure out that one. If only there was some sort of, like, liquid sustenance I can derive in this room that I could technically subsist myself on.
That's gonna dehydrate you.
Okay, yes, it will, because it's alcohol. But at the same time, it is nutrients. If you are in need, alcohol does contain nutrients. If you are able to get water, alcohol can keep you alive. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. There's all sorts of things piled up here. But it's too dark to see, despite the fact there's clearly a light in the, other side of the room. Drat, it's locked. The store's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the player always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. Liquids... Alcohol contain nutrients! You could subsist off of it! Someone dropped a card here. Kinda looks like a business card. There's no name on it. Dun 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 wow! Picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Ah, that's it! The shell card! If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I think this card might be useful. I'm such a genius! Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. You think she would know alcohol could help her hunger? No, I don't think that she would know that, but at the same time, she seems the sort to consume anything on sight. Save your progress up to this point. Yes, I will gladly do as such. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Are you a hype muck?
Yes.
Are you hype? Chat! Come on, chat.
Just press the button. Adrian did it?
That's what it looks like.
Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that.
In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you.
A mountain of evidence?
I'm certain that there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you.
Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that.
I understand.
Well, it's almost time.
Nope, wrong one.
That's
Wrong
what I guess.
women.
Why is she still here?
Yeah. There's not enough time for her to explain. It's not like it's been a day. Mia.
We must get a complete acquittal today.
I know. But I can't focus on my situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's get going.
It's him. This is right.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily.
Well, yeah, it takes you... what was it? It takes you over a month to starve. It takes...
Depending on your body fat.
Yeah, depending on your body fat and musculature. It can take you a month to starve. It takes you 9-ish days to die from sleep deprivation, presumably. Nobody's ever done it before, but it's hypothesized that's about it. And you die from thirst after 3 days, I believe.
Wait, how long for deprivation sleep?
9 days. The issue with it is that after a while, you need something to actively be keeping you awake. Otherwise, your body will just pass out on its own. Like, a person was once, like, in a hot air balloon, and was, like, he was, like, recording weather or whatever, like, it was just what he was doing. And he was, like, staying up day in, day out, just to keep recording things. Like, and then his body just collapsed, and he woke up, like, miles off the mark of where he was last, because his body just could not handle being awake anymore. So yeah, sleep deprivation, while very damaging to your brain, don't have sleep deprivation. The odds that it's going to kill you are a lot less likely than you think.
Yeah, they did an experiment at one time, or like a torture or something, where like they had someone on a platform surrounded by water. So like that's a situation where I imagine your body's more worried about drowning than it is about sleeping. To where that could kill you with sleep deprivation, I guess.
Possibly.
Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please.
Wait. We're sending a present?
Mr. Lloyd, dude, who's that?
No one. It has nothing to do with you. So forget you heard anything.
Dude, did your nose just get longer?
Shut the fuck up. March 22, 10 to 3. Where's our opposition? I sent you a little gift. It is the corpse of Franziska von Karma.
I've not been judged in a while.
What is now in session for the trial if not on God? Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
I'm gonna guess a serial killer murdered her?
Oh, Liz was half an hour behind.
It happens. I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me?
Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session.
Shut the fuck up, bailiff.
If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von what is this fucking... Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Ms. Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman! What?
I was right! She was killed! Okay, it says she was shot, so she was hospitalized, but she's probably not dead. Thank you, serial killer on our side! This is Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls all over again.
Are we gonna get Edgeworth?
Edgeworth might have to take her place.
Imagine if it was fucking Max Payne. Not Max Payne. What's the...
Max Payne! Yeah, imagine it was Max Payne from the same creators as Alan Wake in Control.
What's his name?
Winston Payne.
Winston Payne.
Be right back 1 hot second. Mac will entertain the chat. Say something funny and anecdotal.
Well, the gentle wind beckons through the leaves as autumn colors fall. Dancing in a swell of golden memory, the loveliest life of all.
What else? That's neither funny nor an anecdote. Did they tell me to do funny or anecdote? I'm sorry. Um, how does that one Fleetwood Mac song go? You could be my silver spring, blue green colors flashing. I could be your only dream. Don't remember this line of the song. Did you say she was pretty? Did you say that she loved you? Baby, I don't wanna know. Time cast a spell on you. Wait, no, I can do that on the. Time cast a spell on you, but you won't forget me. I know I could have loved you, but you would not let me. I'll follow you down to the sound of my voice will haunt you. You'll never get away from the sound of the woman that loves you. What else? What else? Listen to the wind blow, watch the sunrise. I know, I need to look up the lyrics. Your voice is nice, thank you. Hang on. No, I don't remember what the drums are like. Listen to the wind blow, watch the sunrise. Run in the shadows, damn your love, damn your life. Are those the right notes? And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still. I'm so sorry. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Can you sing Beethoven's Fifth? I don't remember how it goes. That goes really good singer. I still have a lot to work on, honestly. I'm like inconsistent with it. Yeah, I don't know Beethoven's Fifth. A lot of songs are like just barely at the top of my register, where it's like sometimes my voice cracks, sometimes it doesn't. What other songs? What other songs? I don't know any way to fill time other than just singing random songs.
I'm return.
Okay.
Creed has been Natsuki'd. That's fair. But yeah, I was going and getting myself a drink and also, you know, etc. And then I stepped in at something sticky, and then I had to change my sock because that was going to bother me for the rest of the day. You know. Let's see, what's chat been saying? Mako's a really good singer. Mako is a really good singer. And he gets better every single time I hear him sing.
Really?
Yeah, like I've obviously really enjoyed your singing for like as long as I've known you, but I can definitely recognize that you have gotten better and better at doing it the more you do it.
Over the years, sure. I don't know how like noticeable it is on like a week-to-week basis, though.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying like every time I see there's a recognizable difference. I just can recognize that over time it's gotten better and better and better. Like, you don't constantly sing at me. I presume you sing more when I'm not looking.
Sometimes.
I struggle singing because, like, I always have that, like, sort of air of disingenuousness where I really struggle to actually perform and do things.
Give it your all.
Yeah, because I feel like if I do it jokingly, if people are laughing, then they're laughing with me, then not at me. So it's like kind of like social anxiety kind of thing. But like,
yeah, well, I've never like sung publicly before I learned how to do it, really, other than the Who Even Am I song, but that's because I just put a bunch of reverb on myself.
That was a good one. I think the one time
I can tell I was like either sharp or flat on a lot of those.
I
notes.
know, but like it felt very emotional. It got the point across. It didn't need to be good because it felt real.
Something needs to change. Something wrong.
But yeah, I think the only time it's occasionally I've sung on stream, but I think the like one time like anyone probably would have heard me actually like attempting to sing properly would have been that one karaoke stream we did. Yeah. Okay, Von Karma got shot with a gun.
What?
Shot? Like with a gun?
Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about.
He called you like, no, dude. I just sent like an edible arrangement to your office. I was just tweeting shit that was completely unrelated to me, dude.
I'm honestly, Von Karma seems like the kind of woman to crawl from the hospital to here just to continue prosecuting.
Von Karma,
I'm expecting her to show up somehow.
Von Karma seems like somebody who would have been shot a long time ago. She whips random people.
There's a karaoke stream.
You were there.
Hey, you know, someone has made an entire video about that concept. About what concept? Creed, now that you drank your leg of Can You Sing the Sailor Moon intro? Not only have I not drinking that much, I've only, like stated, had like one glug in my mouth of bourbon. I don't know the Sailor Moon intro, nor have I ever actually seen a single episode of Sailor Moon. The only things I've ever seen about Sailor Moon are from, like, out of context.
I have no idea what the intro actually sounds like.
Like, I know what Sailor Moon is through, like, osmosis. Like, it's like one of the original Magical Girl animes, in a sense. There's a person called Tuxedo Mask who shows up and does nothing. Like, that's about all I know about it. Okay, it's present.
Oh, yeah, I think Shrek's talking about that one video I made. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment.
I've beaten her like 3 times in a row.
If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
This is totally insane. Insane in the membrane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have that answer.
Edgeworth, I'm presuming.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. You're...
I thought he'd show up.
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place.
I, Miles Edgeworth, shot her.
The prosecution is ready, naturally. Hell yeah. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details.
And the Von Karma... The Von Karma bloodline and being shot in the arm.
The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Martin God.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
You want to know, like, just a random aside because of just what I mentioned. One thing I love from Homestuck is that somehow, like, completely non-genetic injuries and illnesses seem to also be hereditary in that universe. Like, if your ancestor lost their eye and arm, you will at some point in your life lose your eye and arm. If you lost a leg and a tooth, you will at some point, like, your ancestor lost a leg and a tooth. It's just like, physical injuries just kind of happen in rhyme. I really loved that. Just a minor thing that occurs in that series that doesn't actually, like, it doesn't matter that much. It just exists. You just gotta deal with it. Homestuck. Like, anytime a person, like, historically has an injury, their descendant has that same injury. Or other characters related to that one has that same injury.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for in my long journey this past year.
It was 7. I finished my Sudoku.
By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand.
2/3 beer and 1/3 milk from a goat or of its ilk. Goes down hard, it isn't good. Makes you feel you're made of wood. White Gilgamesh, it makes you sick. Just too foul, just too thick. Okay, I'm good to go carry on now. Anyways, I've mixed creamer and bourbon.
Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe. That's not the right word. Not the right accent. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir.
Dick Gumshoe.
I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now.
For now?
That says Creed, now that you've sustained permanent liver damage and will die soon, neither of those things are true. Would you recommend reading Homestuck? Yes! Homestuck is one of the best webcomics I have ever read. It is definitely a piece of its time, I will say that. But it is a fascinating take on character arc and, like, actual, like, development of that. It is a great setup and payoff at times of, like, seeing things like be set up to come together at climactic moments. It does really good pacing for most of it until you get to the latter half where it starts to drag on, because the one thing, the one major flaw, which basically everyone agrees on, the author, Hussey, does not know how to end things. They really struggle at closing something off, and so it kept going on and on and on. And so, while there are going to be, well, if you read it, there are going to be many moments you'll probably love at least a couple of the characters and you will love to hate a couple other characters. You will enjoy most of it, but by the time you get to the end, you will feel slightly dissatisfied, is what I'd say. Like,
read Act 1, and if you like it, you'll probably like the rest of it.
That's a good way to put it, because if you like Act 1, as it gets on, it just becomes more and more nonsensical from that.
This is an extremely unpopular opinion. I think Act 1 may actually be my favorite act from Homestuck.
That's valid. A lot of people will agree with you on that one, because people are like, either their favorite's Act 1 or it's Act 5, Act 1.
Yeah. I want to say real quick, there are two things that, like, there are definitely things that I do not like about Homestuck, that most people do not like about Homestuck, but two things it does really good. Extremely good character dialogue. It's like a very dialogue-heavy story, which is how I like to write my stories as well.
It's written more like a script than an actual book, if that makes sense.
And two, it does this thing where it takes the stupidest fucking concepts and runs with, like, just absolutely commits to the bit, to the point where, like, everything, like, there is a dual insane clown posse presidency that happens at one point in the story, and it's played completely seriously, and it is, like, apocalyptic, like what occurs from that. Yeah. But, like, it's
full agreement on that second part. I think the tone Homestuck has is one of my favorite tones in anything. It is a tone I have not seen come up in, like, certain other things other than, like Undertale and delved into it a little bit, where it's like, it manages to fluctuate between this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen and this is one of the most dramatic moments I've seen on basically a coin. It's just like, it's rolling around. And, like, there will be things that seem nonsensical jokes out of context that are so serious in place, and there will be things that seem like they should be really serious but are just jokes. They are not that big of a deal at all. There will be moments where a joke will be set up, and then 1,000 pages later, you'll turn out to be one of those serious things that will be part of the story. It is fantastic in so many ways. I highly recommend it. It is an investment in time, though. It is like 8,000 pages long, so...
Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to say about it. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe.
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness.
Stop having depression
Lift your
this
head
instant.
up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
I still love the name Detective.
Yes, sir.
Man, it's so nice to have Edgeworth back, because, like, Von Karma's like, stop being a little whiny bitch, hits you with a whip, stop being a coward, and then Edgeworth's like, hey, man the fuck up, stand proud, you're gonna do your fucking job here.
No, the physical media version, like, it gets rid of, like, the entire fucking point of the thing. It's extremely reliant on it being a webcomic.
Yeah, there is a...
That's just for collectors.
Okay, the two things. First of all, the books do have a merit to them in that they have author notes, which are fun. If you actually like Homestuck, get the books. They have a bunch of author notes that give context as for like certain decisions made throughout it. I would say, however, the best way to do it is, of course, the online version. Do not use the Homestuck website. Not only do I think it is currently broken, it messed up a bunch of the flashes, the quality is not very good, and is all around bad. There is a download Homestuck that you can get that gives you, like, the entire fucking MSPA thing, all in all. Everything works, everything's functional, the animations, the music, the games, it is all there. It works.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
like, what do you mean by flash animations are broken? Like, are there parts of the story that just don't work on the webpage?
The things just were not good, or would not be working properly. It was fucked up. Viz ruined it. You have to patch Homestuck. Okay, anyways.
Yeah, it worked when I read through it, but it undertook new ownership and like a new website at one point. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that.
Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
That's what you stink. Yeah. It would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was strongly for. Interesting.
Some of the pages are just white? That's... God Christ.
Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Imagine working with Hussey. Fair. Fast says, the games? Yeah, you might think that Homestuck is a webcomic. No, it is a multimedia experience. Before that became a buzzword. Because it has tons of dialogue, pictures, GIFs, animation, music, interactive video games. Even outside of it, there is at least a Snapchat, a DeviantArt page, and an entire second webcomic that exists within the first webcomic.
Are you referring to Sweet Bro and Hello Jeff?
I am referring to Sweet Bro and Hello Jeff, the in-universe webcomic which has its own site and is its own webcomic.
You know the I warned you about stairs, bro? Oh god, I keep falling down all these stairs, it keeps happening. That's Homestuck. In case you didn't know.
It is so cool. It was so hype for people to experience through it. It's so awesome. Facts of the case.
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir.
Really 0 of zeros absorbs Zimbity Baboob. Got him.
The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir.
Chat, somebody who's already, if any of you have already seen this game, can you just do me a favor and tell me what the fuck Juan Corrida's name is a pun of? Because, like, I could look it up, but then I'd probably get spoiled seeing other things on, like, the page or whatever. So, please tell me what, like, I can get on guard. On guard is a fencing term, which makes sense for a guy who uses a sword, I presume. I guess. But, I don't get Juan Corrida. Anyways,
At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
I don't think so, bud. Because we know that that guitar case had water on it, which is an unusual thing for a guitar case to have.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room.
Yes, sir.
Alone in his goo?
Both the victim and defendant went alone to their room, sir.
I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Skibbity bottom bottom, as they always say back in the far off year of 1602. Bare facts of the case, let's go. Tell me more. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal. Well, the ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and then there was a short break. The special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
And that's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Please continue with your testimony, Detective.
Corrida comes from the Spanish term for bullfighting. Corrida also fits with on guard since they are both loan words relating to fighting. Corrida with bullfighting and on guard with fencing. I see. The person who discovered the victim's body was Arrus, correct?
Yeah.
Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about?
How the fuck do you understand me?
She's a defendant, Mountain Guard's manager.
She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungod. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir.
I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
The cause of death? Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest?
Only a careless amateur will believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana.
Banana.
What are you, a minion?
Banana!
His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir.
I think we should introduce accent marks to English so that we can put squiggles over the ends of banana and make it be pronounced banana.
Oh, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
This is Donkey Kong Erasure. Okay, yeah, fair. Ooh, banana came from Donkey Kong 64 before the other one. Did you guys see that there's a new Donkey Kong game coming out?
No.
Yeah, there's a new Donkey Kong game gonna be coming out where you go and get bananas.
I've never played any Donkey Kong.
Neither have I, but I'm still ooh banana about it, Mako. Spider! There's a little spider on one of my wires. Hello. Okay, you go on now. Okay. Banana scented bandana.
I saw 3 ticks today that I didn't want to see.
And what about the Kniffy?
Seemed to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death.
Do you think that perhaps Andrian Andrews might have stabbed him either to try to poorly cover up the murder, or, you know, just because she disliked him? Or, counterplay, it could have been Ungard who stabbed him, because he also was at that dinner and had access to a knife. And so, he could have been trying to cover up thinking that Adrian Andrews poisoned them. But I'm still standing by the point that neither of them killed this person. It was in fact a third party we have yet to understand.
We have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
This autopsy report. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be strangled with a scarf, stabbed with a knife, poisoned with tomato juice and tomato wine, ketchup wine, and I don't know, beat over the head with a guitar case. And why did you think that?
It was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go nowhere without his anybody we could have. And we could find it anyway at the scene of crime. Sorry, I had a brief miniature stroke for a second there. It happens from time to time.
Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that?
Okay. Valid argument, Judge, but then you have the issue of, like, if they were really such a fan, why would they kill the person that they idolize there?
We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims.
Raises its value on the black market. Yeah, because the black market's really jiving for, like, children's cartoon memorabilia. I'd kill for Steve from Blue's Clues' shirt. Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory, then.
Guitar case, empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. It bears his fingerprints. Which you had nothing to do with the case.
The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night.
Well then, where was it?
The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case?
Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar.
That seems a little convenient. So that guitar case was empty before he got to the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death First, the victim was choked to death with the
You having some issues there, good old Edgar Worth?
First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana.
Man, you ever just, like, have this sudden urge to bury your face against some sort of small vermin-like animal that likes to root around in garbage? You ever just get that mood? Yeah, it happens to me. We've all been there. Anyways, as we were saying.
Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife.
For some reason.
Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him.
Oh, you're actually in a position where you're blocking text. I gotta move you somewhere else. Give me 1 second. Let me put you somewhere that you're not in the way.
Well, he's not in the way anymore.
My thing froze and I'm trying to move him more, but I can't. I'm stuck. Help! Help me, I'm stuck. There we go. But they're gone. Okay. Very well. In that case...
I don't think they know. Jake, you are not perceptive.
In that case, there's only one way to acquiesce this situation. Man, I remember the 4th grade.
You're cutting out.
No, I'm not. Am I cutting out?
Not anymore.
I was saying that I remember the 4th grade.
What?
I was saying I remember the 4th grade. I don't know what's complicated about that sentence.
No fucking idea what you're talking about.
Can a person not just simply say words and act as if that's a sentence?
Usually sentences relate to other sentences.
Ringo says perception 100. Ringo! You're over there again. Hello.
Man, I remember the 7th grade.
It happens.
I remember the 5th of November.
Do you remember the 25th now? Did you read your line, Mako?
Yeah.
I
Here it
invented a new
comes.
slur.
Oh, what?
I invented a new slur.
For who?
People.
Like, people in general?
No, specific people.
Okay, what specific group of people?
Can I call them by the slur?
No.
Well, then how am I supposed to tell you?
You gotta just describe... If you can't describe the group without an identifiable term, then it's not really gonna be effective now, is it? It's only really a slur if there's like an already valid way of referring to the people.
I have a valid way of referring to them by the slur.
That's not a valid way. Slurs are inherently invalid.
If it's invalid, how can I say it?
Because people are allowed to say things that are invalid. Like your body does not prevent you from saying invalid things. People lie all the
So
time.
you're saying it's valid.
No.
It's a good slur, though.
Okay. How good is it?
Like a 7 out of 10.
I don't know. I feel like I'd accept a 10, but like a 7. I'm not sure I want a level 7 slur on my stream.
Oh well, excuse me. I'm not a high quality squish that can put out.
That's
really,
not
really
what
good slurs.
I'm not a sludge. Also, Check says this bit is awful. I mean, look, I didn't introduce the bit. If you have an issue with the bit, tell that to Ringo.
Oh no! It's not a bit. I actually made a new slur.
Yeah, I figured, and I'm waiting for you to describe it in any way that is useful to make this bit go on longer.
But it's not a bit. I actually made a new slur.
Yes, I know, but it's still a bit on. You need to define what the word is.
It starts with R, and it's short.
Okay.
What group of
It's
people
very
does
short.
it what are the characteristics of the group that it refers to?
They are cheap and lazy.
Ah, white people.
No, well, yeah. I guess it could apply to them.
Is it rug? Tiger's guessing rug.
No.
I'm guessing rutabaga. Is it rutabaga?
No, it didn't exist.
Rugrats.
I invented it. Whatever your guess is. No.
Ringtail. Is it ringtail? Okay, ringtail it is.
That is no. That's not a slur.
We'll now refer to all lazy people as ringtails.
But that's not what the slur is.
I'm sorry. It's already been put into the lexicon. Webster just called me up. They said it's good to go. It's in the next publishing. Sorry, you missed your chance to clarify. It's too late. It's already in the jargon. It's just how slang works.
I can clarify it now. I can say what it is.
Yeah, but it's a little too little late. You know what they say.
I mean, I was trying to tell you what it was, but you didn't want to hear it. So, like, is it my fault or yours?
Just say it.
Rifter.
Like
rifter. Like rifting.
Rifter? Like from the Rift?
Yeah,
is this some
Rifter.
is this like League of Legends? Is this a League of Legends reference? Are you making a League of Legends reference on my stream?
No, I'm not old enough for that.
Chev says get off the stage.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, Ringo, this joke wasn't that funny. You should have come back with something funnier.
It wasn't a joke.
It's not a slur if nobody's insulted by it. I'm mostly just confused.
But someone was insulted by it.
Who?
Some guy that I met. Well, barely met.
Well, that makes it an insult, not a slur.
What is rifting?
It's like when someone like like a rifter, like someone that likes rifting.
What is rifting?
You are incredible.
You are obligating the invention of another verb to justify your slur. That's too complicated. People won't accept it.
I don't think you understand.
I don't think you understand how the English language works. Or any language works, to be fair.
I feel like you're salarying my slur too much.
I feel like you're being a real ringtail right now. Which, as we've established, means lazy. Yeah, exactly. See, it's already more effective than your one. You're insulted by it, which means it's working.
Hey, are you calling me a slur?
I'm insinuating a slur is being stated.
You just called me a slur.
No. You're calling you a slur.
So a rifter is someone who is cheap and lazy.
Yeah. Like Ringtail.
I don't think you're macroing this correctly.
Anyways, as we were saying, looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter.
Yeah, exactly, Jack. It's not even a slur, it's an insult. If you're only doing it to one person, that's an insult. The slur has to be, like sociological, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You know, if fucking Barlow! That was the other word. Barlow! Remember Barlow?
Yeah.
Fucking Barlow!
Wait, wasn't kind the slur?
It's like
Or
can.
kind the...
It's like Kaan or something like that. I could find it.
Let's just get through the. Let's just get through.
Nope, we're looking up Barlow Khan.
I'm about to whip out Balatro if you do not press the next button.
New sexuality! It's called Barlow, where you're sexually attracted to bees! Yes, it's real. The slur against these people is Khan. Please don't say it if you're not Barlow. You cannot invent your own slur. That's not how that works. Anywho. No more bit. I'm sorry, Tiger. Are you the streamer? I didn't realize. If you're the one in charge of how the stream goes, why don't you just fucking take over and do it then? Get over here and actually run the fucking show. If not, shut your fucking face. I'm the one in charge here. I decide what is and is not said at any given moment. If I want this bit to go on for fucking hours, it's gonna go on for fucking hours. Anyways, carrying on with Ace Attorney, why arrest On Guard?
Matt and God and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's a Jam a Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Angar's hakama, as they say in the East. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife.
Oh.
The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
Happy birthday, Ringo.
So the defendant's fingerprints are found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
There's the victim's blood and On Guard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved.
Yeah, and there's this button.
I do like a good
It was
button.
found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood?
No, it's covered in whiteout. It's red by default.
Happy birthday, Ringo. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim, sir.
What? Jam and Ninja's button was ripped from his costume. It's covered in blood found in On Guard's hakama.
It's not. It's not actually my birthday. It's not my birthday.
Happy birthday,
wanted to
Ringo!
be- No, it's just,
Happy birthday
my
to
birthday's in 6
you.
months, it's not-
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ringo. Happy birthday to you. Are you
All
one?
this
Thank you.
Are
points
you
very
two?
clearly to
Are
the
you three?
defendants, doesn't
Are
it?
you four? Are
Yeah.
you five? Are you six? Are you seven? Are you eight?
Marco, you know
Are
when my
you
birthday
nine?
is, right?
Are you 10? Are you 11? Are you
Well, you
12?
just said it in the
Are you
chat.
13? Are you 14? Are you
You know
15?
it's Saturday, right?
Are you 16? Are you 17? Are you
Happy
18?
birthday,
Are you
Ringo.
19? Are you 20?
It's not my-
Are you
oh,
21?
fine.
Are you 22?
I
Are you
hear.
23? Are you 24? Are you 25? Are you 26? Are you 27? Are you 28? Are
Okay,
you
you've
20
definitely gone past it now. I read the line. Why are you looking that way? Okay.
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right?
I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Why is he being a dick to us again?
Because that's his job. He's just kind of that way. Ringo says they misread the title as Kensai Softcore Paizuri. Honestly, same. I Kensai.
I don't know.
Grr. I don't think Ringo came to the stream expecting to be outbitted. I'm just too good at the bit. Press! Push me, and then just, but in terms of popularity, Mr. On Guard 1, do not just touch me, so I can get
Yeah,
my
but you know what's ironic, pal?
satisfaction.
Blancarita was always one step behind Mr. On Guard and everything. This year it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final pull-down.
But Mr. Corrida lost the Grand Prix in the end. The Grand Prix in the end. I keep losing my
can't-
gimmicks.
You can't do that in front of Ringtail.
Oh yeah, my bad. Senor Corrida!
That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
What was that?
What, the name? Senor Corrida!
Why are you saying it like that?
That was pronounced.
You're not pronouncing it right.
Oh yeah? How would you know?
Because that's my language.
Wait just 1 second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Senor Corrida in the popularity
Jaden,
polls.
Jaden,
You are.
I understand why you're linking the word rifter with right wing, but you are so far behind on understanding what is happening right now, is all I can really say. Well,
I just
yeah,
wanted to be
yes,
known
but-
that my slur has nothing to do with politics, because I don't believe politics define a person. I believe intelligence, knowledge, and ignorance define a person.
In cup size.
And more importantly, I believe rifters are just immune to politics, because rifters are just so good at rifting, and it drives me crazy.
I'm gonna steal your hat.
No.
Which means that in the
Also, say it
defendant's
again.
eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no
Avery,
motive to
say
kill
that.
at all. Senor
Avery, say that
Corrida!
What do you say like that?
Because that... I started pronouncing the character's name wrong, like, at first, like that, and then just making it more and more exaggerated every single time I say it, as a sort of bit.
Oh, that's kind of funny. You overdo it a little. You should do it like...
The entire
message
chat
connection.
thinks you're saying grifter, but no, that's not what he's saying.
What?
It is a completely unrelated word, chat.
No. Rifter. Like...
Yes, like the
Yeah,
battle bus.
There's no rifter in battle. Oh, like, no, not those rifting. Not those rifts.
Tiger,
Rifter.
it is a different word, Tiger. Please.
When in doubt, Ringo's talking about Fortnite Battle Bus Battle Royale. Hatsune Miku.
Okay, fine. I'll just invent a new slur that is
Is
much more
Hatsune
different than that word.
Miku a rifter, Ringo?
No, she's fine. I will invent a new slur. I am
Do you think
I'm retiring
Miku,
this slur.
Do you think Miku pays taxes? Do robots
I-
pay taxes?
She's not a robot, and I don't
Yes,
think
she
pays
is.
taxes.
Just
She's
tell
not a
me when I'm
robot, no.
supposed to read my
She's a
line.
robot.
She is not a robot. There's a difference between being a Vocaloid and a robot.
No.
Or
In
an
universe,
Vocaloid.
in the canon of Vocaloids, they are robots. They are AI things in their universe.
I don't think that's...
That is
True.
100% true. They are artificial, even in the universe that they are set in.
Can someone fact check this, please?
People are
I
allowed to
need to
fact
know.
check it. They're all fake.
No, I really need to know. Can someone... Jaden, you're smart and you're resourceful. Can you fact check this, please?
Matt, did you read your line?
I've been waiting for.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective,
It's not. Well, I guess if you put it that way, yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you too, Mr. Edwards, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiation.
Oh! You even trying to get him on the pension. Fucked up, dude.
Jesus Christ.
no! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony.
No, not my poor pension too.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir.
What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? You ever the bun belong to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Huh? Well, can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it.
Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards.
Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir.
Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in.
Thread.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
Don't say Fred from YouTube in 2025.
Oh god. I haven't thought about it.
Who's Fred from YouTube?
They were like a micro celebrity for a little while. Their entire thing was like talking in a high-pitched voice and being kind of, eccentric, you know what I mean? Like very over-the-top eccentric, being the kind of weird person. Their dad was, John Cena. And
Wait, what?
in the movie, they revealed that their dad is John Cena.
Okay, but not actually.
No, their dad's not actually John Cena. But yeah, it's just, they were like a micro-celebrity, but they've basically, like, gone to the wayside at this point.
Oh, interesting.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
I wish Ringo's dad was John Cena.
My dad is a good person most of the time.
Just like John Cena. Being chillin'.
I wish my mom was John Cena.
I wish your mom was also John Cena. When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
I think you'll find it's pronounced Senor Corrida!
Senor Cold.
Marco, don't know.
But you don't even... I'm doing it exaggeratedly, but at least I can actually roll my R's during it.
So it was almost immediately after the murder.
Like, I'm saying it wrong, but I'm pronouncing it right.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people.
Lollygag.
Did you guys know they made an Oblivion remake and they like shadow dropped it yesterday?
Yeah, people, don't buy it. There's like a boycott going on against Bethesda and certain other things for supporting something. I can't remember it. I'm a couple shots in at the moment. They do not at the wait a while. It'll still exist in a couple of weeks. It'll still exist in the future. You can still play it.
Why the fuck would you buy it at all if there's a boycott? Just boycotts don't work by like, yeah, I'll just buy it later.
I know what I'm saying. Like after the boycott succeeds, the game will exist for eternity. It's now on the internet.
Boycotts definitely succeed. Also, here's my thing. Why the fuck would you spend like $50 on a remake of a game when you could just play the original and have it be a better experience? Because why would you want a Bethesda game to look good and be improved?
You can't even download huge tobonkstos into it with mods.
The entire point of playing a Bethesda game is that they're shit. You're supposed to enjoy the muck and the mire of it.
Doom isn't shit.
Doom isn't a Bethesda game.
But they published it.
Yeah, I'm saying the Bethesda developed games.
The only reason to play a Bethesda game is to mod it, in my opinion.
That is true. I modded Skyrim so much. I have like so many horsecucks in there.
Maybe one day I'll continue my Fallout 4 playthrough that is totally unmodded in any clear way.
Fallout 4?
Fallout 4.
That's a good one. It's got a lot of good mods, especially the Deathfall ones.
Pillowfort is not an enjoyable experience.
Hey, what is he
No,
trying to
come
say
on.
about me here?
Wait, but why is it getting boycotted? Or do you not want to
Because
say
the
that?
company
I
is like
think-
supporting something dumb. I don't know the details. I wasn't looking that clearly, and I can't remember. How are the fingerprints
Isn't that
arranged
most
in the knife?
companies, though?
Eh? What do you mean, pal?
Yeah, but they normally aren't like openly supporting like some travesty going on, I guess.
Can someone just like
Right.
look it up?
Can somebody look it up? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held a knife.
I'm just looking it up myself.
So kind of like the whole like gamer subs thing, right? With the Nazi VTuber,
What?
the gamer subs thing with the Nazi VTuber that's saying like, "Oh, white people are getting replaced." Is it kind of like that?
I don't think so. That sounds
Wait,
deranged.
okay, my guess was gonna be the Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay, according to Google's AI thing, for some reason, there's a potential boycott of Bethesda's ability to remaster due to Microsoft's involvement and its ties to Microsoft's Azure cloud services and the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. That BDS movement is targeting Microsoft for its alleged complicity in the Israel government's actions against Palestinians. What the fuck is Microsoft doing?
Not saying that's not true, but I would look for a second or maybe a first answer.
You know,
without
I
lying.
don't instantly trust the Google AI thing, but
Yeah, me neither.
like, hang
So-
on.
It's not like the Nazi VTuber thing.
Microsoft BDS. You know, this is a thing.
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held a knife. For example, did he
Microsoft-
hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's an actual, like, BDSmovement.net says Microsoft is perhaps the most complicit tech company in Israel's illegal apartheid regime and ongoing genocide. Yeah, okay, seems. Yeah, so, I guess Bethesda's linked to Microsoft and Microsoft is evil.
Don't
apparently.
buy any products from them. If you can,
Or
discover
Or pirate
your
it.
game on the street. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Discover an abandoned game cartridge on the street, as one is off to do.
yeah, you can just pirate it. I
Like,
know a lot of great
Every Mario game I've played so far, I found on the streets, just lying there. It's
Oh,
facts.
is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
Can't believe the bumbling of this department.
One.
I wish I had some sort of sponsorship with a flavored thing so that I can have a Creed flavor. Ringo, would you drink Creed flavored beverage?
Sure. I've always wanted to try a Splush flavor thing.
It's not slush flavor! Can't believe the bumbling of the department.
Helpless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right?
Mako, would you drink a Creed flavored beverage?
Yeah, I imagine it would taste like cream soda
Split.
to an extent.
Why would I taste like cream soda?
It's cream,
Super
cream.
sugary, orange. It's like got a pastel taste to it. The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife.
Why can I see through your outlines?
Yeah, I don't know why that happens either, but Mako, call me orange one more time. Call me orange one more fucking time.
Aren't you orange?
Call me... Call me fucking orange one more time.
Okay, well, what flavor would you suggest?
I don't know.
I mean,
Cotton
you
candy,
seem orangish.
salt, got, bluish, or Lucky Charms.
Yeah, their tentacles are orange. That's why I said they're orange.
Do you think every ginger person is associated with the color orange? You absolute buffoon? Oh yeah, so every blonde person is suddenly yellow? Is that just how it is? Their associated color's yellow because they're blonde? Is that how it works? Is that how we're gonna go fucking dealing with things now? Is that the logical deduction you've got there, buddy? Shut the fuck up, sit down. Anyways.
But your tentacles are orange.
My hair is orange, yes! That's just how that works!
Those are tentacles.
Mako's hair is black! Is Mako's associated color black or is it purple?
What did Mako taste like Coca-Cola?
Did you say cola?
Yeah, I feel like Mako would taste like Coca-Cola.
I
Like
fucking
some kind of
hate
cola.
soda for the most part. Maybe
It would
root
probably
beer.
taste like. Oh, have you ever tried? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting too much. I'll just ask you later. Let's continue.
Did you read this line, Muck?
Yeah. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant the owner of this knife then?
Venom brought the knife to the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder. There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife.
I've not tried homemade cola. Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either.
Well, this is not good. Prosecution can prove that it was a premeditated murder. We're done for.
Phoenix.
Yeah?
There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
They're covering the victim's blood, and the knife with Unguard's fingerprints.
Be careful. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing.
Why are her titties out? Her
Because
titties
she's wearing
are
an
out because...
8-year-old's clothing.
Yeah, what Mako said. She's wearing an 8-year-old's clothing. Happy birthday, Ringtail, by the way. It tastes almost like a sweet drink instead of soda. I watched a thing the other day about using using ginger to make sodas. You have like a thing called like a ginger bud or whatever, and you put it into like juices and whatnot, seal it up in like a jar, wait a couple days, and then bam, you have naturally carbonated soda. It's wild. I want
Why
to
is
try
she
it.
wearing an 8-year-old's clothes? Because she's a ghost possessing the child's body.
Yeah, she's an 8-year-old being possessed by a 20-something-year-old.
And yes, it's weird.
Somebody else said something I was gonna answer.
What is this game? This is a game about the legal system.
Inklings are different because Inklings can change their color, like, seemingly on a whim. They can choose their color. I cannot choose the color for which my hair is. We're still in a world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? I'm really tired.
Why?
I
In
don't
truth
know.
popularity, Mr. On Guard won, did he not?
Actually, I do know I went on a hike today, and I also spent 2.5 hours installing my new power supply. Chat, there is no greater relief in the world than the feeling of installing a new computer part and having your PC not be broken when you start it up. Like, when everything turned on, I just leaned back in my chair and I was like, oh, thank you. Man, I could go to bed? I can't. I have to stream with Avery. Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Uncle Rito was always one step behind Mr. Ungard and everything.
Oh, really now?
This year, it seems like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. How did your SSD get melted? please warn me so that mine doesn't do that.
But Senor, I lost the Grand Prix in the end.
Yeah, didn't we already read this? Really?
That is too bad. You must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
Never had a heat sink? Oh, wait, what? Did you just buy like a shitty one? Or did you forget to put something on it, or? I hope I didn't forget to put something on it, but mine's been working for a while now. Also, do not rely on me to figure any of this out for the record. I'm just here to voice act.
I'm the
I don't have a
gamer.
brain.
I got this. Okay, so we gotta prove that it was not a premeditated murder.
Why are you an alien?
Which we can do because it seems like they were some what was premeditated not makes it not premeditated.
Why are you blue?
I'm cyan, you piece of fuck.
Same thing. It's a shade of blue.
I'd agree with that.
Cyan
No, it
is
looks
not a
more-
shade of blue. Cyan is a shade of cyan.
It looks green to
And
me, but that
cyan
might
is
be
shade of
because I have
blue.
flux on.
Yeah, cyan is just light blue, and light blue is just a shade of blue.
It's technically not light blue. It's like it's a different hue.
It's light blue adjacent, at least.
Cyan doesn't have to be light. It can be very deep and bright while still being cyan.
What is happening to Creed? Avery. Creed free. Are you blue? Now you're really blue. You're like dark blue. That looks cool. Wait, I like that. Like the black hair with like
Your
the
lips
blue-
are freaking. Why are your You have like lipstick on now.
Yeah, because I'm
You
a
look like a
gamer.
chiz.
It's
You look like a
freaking-
Pandoran
I'm a gamer.
or Chiz. I actually
Yeah,
like that look.
You do look kind of like the Avatar alien.
Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, so
Wait, no,
huh? What's
you
up?
had like a thing. You had like a thing where like you were basically like this, but you're like the suction cups in your tentacles were like bluish. That looks really cool.
Like that?
I am behind on streaming one. Let me catch up. Yes, like that. That looks cool. That looks so cool.
Poggers.
New DLC Creed skin. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, so proving that it was not premeditated. I mean, like the confession post ceremony was unplanned, but how does that relate here? Bennett brought the knife to the crime, which was made a premeditated murder.
It is so weird seeing your lips like more pronounced.
Yeah.
Dude, these pajamas I have, the pants just turn into shorts for me because my legs are too long.
It happens. What proves that it was that it was not premeditated?
Like when I try to think about this, my brain just doesn't work, so I can't really help you much. Ringtail's screaming like Squidward in that one episode. It's not my birthday! We gotta watch SpongeBob with Ringtail one day. He didn't experience it.
It's like I fucked up.
Chuck thinks steak.
I knew this was a premature, even if he brought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't a pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not good for walking around with either. Oh, this is not good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, but don't worry. Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective just said just now. Nearly before it's too late. Blood and a knife on guard's fingerprints. They were huge rivals of each other. They each thought each other was in the way. There it is, there's the jam and ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and found in muster on guard's hakama. Then... wait. If he was strangled to death, why was there blood on the button?
From the stab that happened afterward?
I guess, but why? If he was already, like, stabbed to... he was already dead by strangling, and the button was already off, how'd the button get blood on it?
When did the button get taken off?
It's a good question.
Check says if the knife is for premeditated murder, why did he just strangle them? That is also a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, let's send this one then, because it says he was strangled with a scarf. Damn it. Okay, we gotta do some stinking thinking on this one.
Well, was the knife actually bought, or did it just come from the hotel? Because the knife says Gatewater Hotel on it. Do you think the knife itself is the evidence to present here? Like, why you don't buy a knife that has like the insignia of the
if they're meaning it like that, then yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's not like, oh, they brought the knife. Oh, is that what they're saying? Like, it's premeditated, so they brought the knife from home? I thought they were like, it's premeditated, so they brought the knife from their room because they planned that day to commit the murder. Not that they decided it.
He's saying they bought the knife, but why would a place sell a knife with a Gatewater Hotel engraving on it? You think that's just like...
I was misreading that word this entire time!
Oh my god.
I thought they were saying the defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder. I did not see that word was bought the knife for the crime. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. That's me being dumb. That was just a misread. I'm sorry. I apologize. Wait a second. Yeah, that's a lot easier than I thought.
What?
So the basis of your argument was that the premeditated murder is simply that... my client bought a knife beforehand?
That's right, pal. The defendant
did not buy this knife. Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. A very simple and obvious thing any detective should notice.
It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
What's Chapin saying? Good goddamn creative. Good. Himbo, a miscreed, created goof. Himbos are notoriously single. Creed's too intelligent to be a himbo. I don't think people are calling me a himbo. I'm not a himbo. Mako's closer to a himbo than me, but Mako's a bimboy.
Yeah.
Did you read this?
Yeah. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
Gumshoe, please, be less stupid. That's the name of the hotel. Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated.
It really doesn't prove that, but okay.
It proves it wasn't, like, long-form premeditated, it just wasn't, like, you know.
Yes, that is very true. This is very big.
He's more of a cute, reserved-ish boy you see in corners. I have two issues with that. I don't think Maku is as reserved as you think. Like, he has those vibes of, like, the cute, soft thing, but he doesn't actually present that way. He's rather confident in my experiences. Secondly, wouldn't fit in a corner.
What is it?
I mean, if I'm facing the corner, I don't know.
Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. I'm not that much of an introvert either, Ringtail. I mean, like, I like my alone time, but so does everyone.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
I mean, to be fair, Gumshoe's not currently on the police force by that logic.
But I didn't... The question is, where did this knife come from?
Oh, I didn't mean to press that.
Well, it's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Korita's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect.
Ringo, you have too many VTubers. Be less based.
The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There's a knife and a fork on the table.
That's not a very knife. In fact, it's a bit forked up.
Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
Ringtail, is Ringtail your main VTuber? Because if it's not, I'm gonna feel very out of the loop.
I'm also gonna feel a bit insulted.
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Ringtail is your main one? Okay, I was gonna say, like, if this entire time I have been friends with, like, the secondary persona of, like, another main person, that would have been weird. Especially if it was on top of his table. Oh, it's lagging. Okay. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt and Guard's knife was missing. Mr. Angard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven This was a premeditated murder. I don't think this makes them look cuter than usual. Well, that's an interesting look right there. Now you're like clown mode.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
Oh god, it is Wendy's. It is Wendy!
I like square hamburger.
Why are you Wendy's Creed?
Wendy's nuts hit your face.
Why are you Wendy's Creed?
This is just the vibe.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning.
This was one of those traps, then I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown?
He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. Obviously, you fucking idiot.
In other words, new evidence. Do I need to spell this shit out for you?
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well...
Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here...
Gallus will be ringing out for the sign of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court is yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one.
You know me, I'm reliable in these situations.
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
Mess this up. It's curtains for all of us.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
The glass. Because it's something that's important to the case that has not been brought up. It's relevant because it's like, if there was all this fight going on, why did this one tall wine glass of ketchup wine not get knocked over or seem to be of drinking in any way? What is it doing there? We need to discuss what's it doing there, even if it's not related.
Why do rings say Bowie writing?
Mood.
I don't even know what that means.
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Yes, ketchup wine. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time, scene. Tin is a mess because the victim struggled against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all the things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Oh yes, I see your point.
Helmstavers! This glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
Dude, stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it, Your Honor?
your opinion.
You don't need my opinion. I think Edgeworth might still be on our side here, honestly.
Because there is no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright?
No, his favorite color was red. Could Miss Andrews really have just set the glass down without thinking? There's no way, because otherwise it's very bad for our case. I so need to show you fucking Liar Liar. It's such a good movie. I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. Again, bluffing, our thing. Now I should trust my instinct and point out with certainty.
They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough.
Don't word it as if it's fall for it. Also, be right back. You need to go.
Yeah, so I woke up today, I spent 2.5 hours installing my new power supply. I had to like partially unscrew my motherboard because I had routed one of the cables on my previous power supply like under it and up through to the where it plugs into the CPU. So that was really annoying. The cable management is not great, but it's functional. And then I went on a hike. And now I'm oh yeah, I also ate like half a pizza, and now I'm tired. Pizza was before the hike.
I like pizza. I made pasta today.
Just 4 more days, and you'll have done 2 weeks in a week. We're proud of you. Yeah, I'm doing some on Saturday because that'll have been the 2-week mark. Well, like 13-day mark. But I got plans for Saturday. It's gonna be a good day for it. But then after that, I'm only gonna be doing it once a week, of course. And that should be enough to get my body back in proper homeostasis. Definitely, like, the withdrawal has not been too bad. It was, like, bad emotionally at first, and then it was kind of bad physically, but I think it's mostly over with now, to be honest. I definitely was not using it like heavy stoners normally would. I mean, there's people who go through a gram a day. I was doing, like...
My gamers, it's me, your favorite thing. Hi, Ringo!
Definitely less than half a gram a day, maybe less than like a... Probably
like
less than
your
a quarter
hat.
gram a day is what I usually did.
Huh?
I like your hat.
Thank you. It's
Going cold
mine.
turkey. I reduced my usage 1 week, and then I went cold turkey for 2 weeks. I'm currently in the middle of that.
What's cold turkey?
Cold
It means you just stop something, like, completely. You don't, like, wean off of it.
Oh.
Did you say you're line monk?
Yeah.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. It's just a game theory. We'd like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set up the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual.
It's what I do.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
I like how this makes my mouth like cyan, so you can only like see it whenever I speak. Like whenever I'm like not speaking, my mouth just disappears.
It makes it look like some kind of like eldritch being, like an eldritch monster or something, like some kind of like being from beyond the realms.
Well, like I mean, I kind of am, Ringo. I already am that. That's just the thing I am.
I guess so. I mean, being as Clutch isn't really like a real creature.
That's
so
not
I guess
what I
you're really,
am.
like,
You did not. I move you over to Mako. You're going over to Mako now.
why?
There we go.
Well, I was just saying though, like I imagine you are, because you know, being as Clutch is already like not being like a real creature.
You're being
in this
really
world, so, like, you
offensive
must
to
have
me right
defended
now. You joke about
I'm sorry.
inventing slurs, and then you already made one, and it really offends me.
I'm sorry. I won't call you the S word anymore.
Don't call me the S word. Did you
Okay.
read your line, Muck?
I always read my line.
Not always. There's no way he has any. He's just bloofing.
But like Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right?
Well, you're not stinking fart enough today, Mr. Edgeworth.
Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Yes. Then
Why is he called Edgeworth? Because he's an edgy boy.
that's his name. He's an
Of course
edgy
it's been
boy.
thoroughly inspected for fingerprints.
He is edgy and worthy. Fingerprints.
There
I'd
were only one set of
fingerprints.
fingerprint.
Have you noticed that whenever someone has a ... at the end of a sentence, you pronounce it the same way every time?
What?
I'm not... Whenever there's someone says, like, fingerprints, or, like, Mia, or whatever, you pronounce it with the same cadence and tone.
Well, yeah.
consistently.
That's because that's how you pronounce a sentence that has a ... in it, right?
See, if it were me, I would have been like, fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
But you were like, fingerprints.
Oh.
Ignore me.
There were only one set. Did I already read that one?
Sure.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
Well, mister, I always read every line confidently. Fucking...
You skipped it! They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one Adrian Andrews.
Wine glass, found next to the victim. It is filled with tomato. Bears Andrew's fingerprints.
That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Well, excuse me that I can't check for fingerprints. Can't believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Kalida.
Does it count as a trap and we just don't have parts of the evidence because they just don't give it to us?
But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
Yeah, that Linmore's accurate.
Just leaning over my butt. Oh.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
How do you pronounce tisk?
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Tisk. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well.
Grumble!
I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet.
Fucked up, Edgeworth.
prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Too thick to know. I can see the stream camera.
I think they just mean in general.
You can't.
Ringo's just always
Yeah,
back
that's
there, you just can't notice.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you try to message him and he doesn't respond, he's just back there somewhere.
I'm just chilling back here, being chilling.
Ringo does seem the type to be ring chilling.
Muck, did you hear your line?
This isn't my line.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
Is the next witness perhaps somebody Mac was going to be really annoyed to voice?
Oh god.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
Oh no, it's
Nope,
me!
it's
I get to
me.
have a really hard time voicing a character.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
I go back inside Mucka's butt now. Goodbye.
Okay, see ya.
What? Wait, I need to go back to see what he said on the fucking...
He just said, witness, your name and occupation, please!
And then she shoots him.
Gotcha!
Oh, and then he went...
I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy! It's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You sure you weren't happy to see me?
Ringtail wants to fuck her, apparently.
I saw the report without testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand!
I like that line.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do.
I mean, to be fair, last time she single-handedly gave us everything we needed to do to figure out, like, what was actually going on. So, like, as annoying as it is to talk to Old Bag, she gives you the deets you need to know.
So today, I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with the terrible crime.
This witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know.
Okay, bye, Ringtail.
Wow, Ringo's shilling out for the Switch 2. Why don't you switch to a better console that doesn't cost $500? Bring back the GameCube.
Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't have us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means interrupt her, please.
Not every console costs $500, like the Soldier console or the Ouya.
God, the fucking Ouya.
Anyway, witness your testimony, please.
Dude, if they released the Super GameCube, I would shit.
Oh, man.
Dude, the Super GameCube? Imagine, they made an actual, like, console designed for home use and not portability.
Mario
actually
Kart
has
Quadruple Dash.
Mario Kart Quadruple Dash.
God, I love the GameCube. Honestly, my favorite console in terms of, like, childhood memories. at
Sonic
least.
Adventure 3.
Oh,
Dude, there are, as stated before, I'm not the kind of person who's like, if I saw this game, I would sell for anything, but in terms of things that might come close, Sonic Adventure 3 is a thing that would be like, well, I kind of have to at this point.
oh, I would absolutely, like, I would have to, yeah.
Like, I've
Because
never
the
actually
streamers,
played...
I don't, this isn't gonna, like, none of this is ever gonna happen, Shaq. We're not, like, actually
Yeah.
holding out hope for it.
I never played Sonic Adventure 1, I should at some point, but Sonic
Yes.
Adventure 3 would sell me, honestly.
Oh, you should definitely stream Sonic Adventure 1 at some point.
It's true they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy.
Have you seen Sonic Adventure 1? Like, have you watched anyone play it?
I saw bits and pieces from the Game Grumps playing it, but I was not paying attention enough to understand basically any of it. I know it has chaos, and I know it has fishing with Big the cat.
The bad guy is water.
Yeah, I like Chaos. They're wet. Kind of hot, honestly. I'd do it. Smash. Sonic the Hedgehog villain smash or pass. Let's go.
Actually, the GameCube kind of was developed for portability, wasn't it? Because it's small and it has the handle on it. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember bringing it to my cousin's house at one point. I don't know.
1 second, I need to look up Sonic the Hedgehog game antagonists.
You kind of cut out for me just then.
I'm looking up the Sonic the Hedgehog villains. Okay, Sonic the Hedgehog villains top 13. Let's see. Fangnack, Jet the Hunter, Sniper, Weasel Jerboa. Pass. Infinite. Smash. Time Eater. Smash. The Deadly Six.
Infinite?
Smash.
Infinite does not fuck good. Okay?
Sage?
Like, dude is the most insecure man on the planet.
I know, but I think they'd be good to fuck, not to get fucked by.
Sure.
Sage, pass. I think they'd be a cool friend. Black Doom, pass. He's the devil from the Bible. Mephiles. He is an alpha gamer, but I'm gonna have to pass. The End, smash.
I think Mephiles would fuck good.
Chaos, smash. Merlina, pass. Dark Gaia.
Why are you thinking about this one?
Tentative smash. Metal Sonic, easy smash. Dr. Eggman, pass. Okay. They didn't include Shadow, but I'm gonna go Shadow with a smash.
What about Surge from IDW? The comics aren't real. No one cares.
Yeah, this is just the games. Sonic the Hedgehog video games. A Bio-Lizard? Smash. I've never actually finished basically any other Sonic game. Anyways, back to the topic at hand.
Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder.
Faf says the end from Metal Gear Solid 3. No, the end from Sonic. The end from Metal Gear Solid 3 is a pass, and we're not going to talk about it anymore to not spoil Mako as to who the fuck the end is.
Who is the end from Sonic?
The Moon.
What fucking game is that from?
It's from...
What are you talking about? What is
Sonic
the
Frontiers. It's from Frontiers.
Oh, I never played that one.
Well, yeah, because it's the new one. It's a thing. It's the moon. It's not the moon, it's a moon. Fine, sure, you're correct. Piss yourself.
Man, Local 58 is a good channel.
And that's why I really like the Friday Night Funkin', they have a song that is about the moon for Local 58, and I really enjoy it. It's called, Real Sleep. It's a banger. I highly recommend listening to it if you're into that sort of thing. If you're not, don't. It wouldn't be a banger for you. This is how music works. It's a very person-to-person subjective basis. I'm not an idiot. But it has the moon at one point, and the moon makes noises, and I enjoy that. It makes me happy that the moon gets to participate in this audio battle. Anyways, wow, spoiling the end for Mako. I see how it is.
It's just a purple rock. He sent me a picture of a purple rock.
I should play Sonic Frontiers. If there's anyone I would try, it would be Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Frontiers, I think are the most tempting to me.
Is this correct, Mr. Oldbag? I mean, Miss Oldbag.
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me! I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I know just a little child like him. He's like, what, 20? All he's just doing a real man, Juan Carita.
But those two were the same age. Yeah.
Oh, they were? I thought one was like old.
No, he just looks more mature while Matt is like a pathetic twink.
Yeah, he looks like a 30-year-old and Matt looks like a 16-year-old, but they're both 21.
Matt has been smoking since the age of 4.
No, Matt is definitely one of those guys who got into weed when they were like 13. Fucked up his brain.
Anyways, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
You witnessed this dick. Leave it to me, edgy boo.
What you witnessed?
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye for the whole time. And when someone showed up, there was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, not on guard. He was just trying to sneak his way into Juan's room out of our room.
So Mr. On-Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I assure you, this examination will make me cross. Press. Miss Oldbag, what was your post in that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai show. I'll have you know, for the court record, I'm bad at my job and refuse to follow orders. I even got a few of the names. Because I think it's important to cause safety issues for people. I like causing problems for other people on purpose, I say in this court of law.
It's a good thing that show didn't go on. You did not know Gemeral's pronouns. I also don't know Gemeral's pronouns. The only thing I know about Emerald is that Emerald, Maria, and Shadow are probably the same person in a Kingdom Hearts sense.
What? Don't answer that.
That's fair enough. But given the explanation for chat, there's a joke in Kingdom Hearts fandom that everyone is either Sora or Xehanort, and so the ship of Sora and Kairi is what percentage masturbation? Just like its own fucking meme in the community. And so the idea in Sonic that Emerald, Shadow, and Maria have all been said as having Maria's soul implies that they could all be argued to be the same person to some degree, and therefore
Shadow has Maria's soul.
It is described in a journal entry in Sonic Generation Shadow X Battle that they have the same soul, I believe.
Yeah, I still haven't played that yet.
Linor says, technically every character is Sora, Xehanort, or Riku. I don't know, I think Riku counts as a Xehanort.
Xehanort's such a stupid fucking name.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Something you were interested in, just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone you know.
You're in a court of law!
It's top secret between me and Juan. Oh, and Edgy-Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip.
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
That tabloid might come in handy.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Check says that they gave Shadow and Emerald a soul based on Maria in order to give them free will and emotions.
How the fuck do you do that?
Science? Yeah, okay, hot take. Everybody chill, we're gonna be on a Sonic moment for, again. Sonic 06.
I've been through Homestuck, so this is at least less autistic than that, technically.
I've never played Sonic 06. I do want to play Sonic 06 one day. I know the game.
Have you seen through that one, or?
The only thing I know about it from it is the real-time fan dub.
Oh god, wow, you don't know. Oh god, you don't know.
So, like, yeah, I know Sonic kisses an adult woman, but I have to say,
you gotta play that.
I would happily play any Sonic. Like, dude, if after one of the things I'm doing, if you want me to play a Sonic game, I'd be happy to try it.
Yeah.
But like,
Sonic 06 is basically Sonic Adventure 3, so you might as well do SA1 first.
Okay, so, but like, hot take, I fucking love the aesthetics in that game. Like, say what you will about the gameplay, the fucking aesthetics in that game are so cool. Of like the mixture of like religion and science, like the wearing the sort of scientific monk robes while they're working on that, like what I assume is the Iblis Trigger. I don't actually know what it is. I just hear Iblis Trigger related to that game a lot.
I don't even remember that much about the aesthetics.
Like they got the airships, but it's also like a sort of Venetian kind of town on the water. Like, there's just such a cool aesthetic that has, and I fucking love it. Like, Sonic has always had this great aesthetic of kind of being timeless, where like
the intro cinematic is really good looking.
Like
with the Soliana and the water and everything, yeah.
Valid, but like just like there's just the aesthetic of Sonic games of just like you can go from ancient ruins to modern scientific laboratories in like an instant, and it's just, if you're in the moment, it's not even that jarring. It's just like, yeah, that's what's going on here. That like, it's just so cool. And it's like, even in the original Sonic, you'd go from like the Greek press marble columns and grass into a casino night where everything's like an entire city about gambling. Where just like aesthetics exist not because they need to justify the world, but because they are a cool thing to have, and the world is justified in turn from it. Like, the world becomes something that has to justify why an entire city of a casino exists, why there's these ruins that move around, like all these kind of cool shit. It just kind of is like, you accept these things are real. Why is there a Pumpkin Hill Zone? Are the pumpkins natural? Are the hills naturally looking like that? Or did somebody carve them? It's just such a cool world.
I just realized if you play Sonic Adventure 1, you can raise Chow on stream.
I could bring back Papoose. But back when I used to play Sonic Adventure 2, I didn't understand the game mechanics to the first moment. Like I stated, it took me for years to realize that there are multiple things you could do on a single level. I did not realize that there were like, get this many coins, do it in this many time, as various challenges. I just pressed the level and went to the first thing. But in the Chow Garden, well, I think my sister did the chows a lot more than me. I had one chow. One chow is mine. And its name, randomly generated, was Papoose. And I loved Papoose. Papoose was my Babus. Loved Papoose. And I could make Papoose too. The Squeakquel. Also, yes, Jaden, there goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, the island is gone, there goes Hawaii. I love how in Sonic Riders, they do an orchestral version of that during the finale.
Oh yeah.
I've been watching reactions to the fan dubs, because I like to whenever I want to experience something I enjoy again, I tend to look up a reaction to give like at least a little bit something different from what I experienced the first time, so I could see what that person has to add to it. And so I've been doing that as of late while I've been working on things, and it's so entertaining seeing them again. Those fandoms are so good, and I look so forward to seeing whatever one comes out, whenever it comes out. Because like obviously they're not like bound to a schedule; they do it whenever anyone's available and like get it done. I would be so happy to see it next time, and I've always wanted to do a dub of something like a fan dub style thing. I know
my family and I, like when I was a kid, we used to do that, just like watching Scooby-Doo and stuff, just like mute it and do that.
Look, Mago, if it wouldn't spoil everything for you, I would make you do a fan dub of a Metal Gear Games cutscenes just to fuck with you. Just so you have to deal with all that shit with no context. Like, a lot of that shit barely makes sense in context. The next one's Kingdom Hearts? Hell yes! I am so hyped for that!
Oh man, yeah, I'm excited too, honestly.
Like I do know Kingdom Hearts, so seeing that will be funny. If they get to the Kingdom Hearts 2, so we get to see Goofy die, it'd be funny.
I didn't know Goofy died.
Only a little bit. He only dies a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That sounds about right.
If we're gonna be on the Kingdom Hearts for a moment, I need to say my favorite
Back to further autism. We're reaching Homestuck.
I need to give my favorite fun fact from Kingdom Hearts is that Donald Duck is one of the most powerful magic users in the entire like fictional universe that this is set up.
The multiverse.
Like remember, Final Fantasy takes place in the same universe as Kingdom Hearts on all technical points because Final Fantasy characters appear in it. So, there is obviously like you got fucking all the Final Fantasy bosses, Alexander, fucking Sephiroth, all these incredibly powerful people. Donald Duck is up there with them because Donald Duck is one of the only characters in all of the canon of Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy to be able to perform Zeta Flare. As you might know vaguely, Mako, sort of spells and such in those kind of things, they kind of go like the regular one, and then there's like Beta, then like Omega, and it's like the stronger versions. Zeta is the most powerful variant of whatever the given spell is. Flare is one of the most powerful spells. Zeta Flare is a spell that's only used by like this one other extremely powerful summon that you get to summon like once and it wipes the fucking shit with it. And Donald fucking Duck is able to cast Zeta Flare. He does it in like a moment of distress and like needing to do it for like the sake of the situation. But like Bahamut, it's fucking Bahamut's spell. And Donald Duck manages to pull it off and survive. So Donald fucking Duck is one of the most powerful magic users in the entire Final Fantasy Square Enix universe. Wait, I'm being said. Somebody says, "Wait, Creed. What do you want, Jaden?" I want to get back to the game, so keep it spicy. I guess I can move on a little. He does pass out. The fact he doesn't die afterwards is impressive enough. Although, would you tell us the number of people who went out of Mr. Corrida's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. So, do you think you're 20? Have you just been saying you're 20 for like the past...
She's actually 23.
Fair enough. 20.
She doesn't remember her own age, yeah. Just like you.
What's been saying? He passed it. The fact that this works, yeah, it kills the villain. Donald proves he can just drop anyone whenever he wants. Meanwhile, Goofy gets hit in the head and dies. Remember, Scrooge is stronger. Valid. Scrooge McDuck is like unmitigated based. He's a capitalist, but damn, that dude can fight.
Check his encyclopedic knowledge of Sonic. Oh yeah? Who has the best feet? Anyways.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
Omega does not have the best feet. Don't you lie to me.
I'd say Shadow because of the cool, like, sparky rocket boots.
The jet boots are really cool. Yeah, okay, another random tangent onto this. One thing I love, like, I have not seen Sonic X Shadow, but I was given, like, sort of a spoiler synopsis about bits. And one thing that, like, is sort of ongoing in it is, like, you get, like, journal entries about, like, the time back on the Ark. And you find that, Maria helped design the jet shoes, apparently, for making sure that they were, like, nice and comfortable and whatnot, which is really cute.
Wait, isn't that... Was that also a thing in the movie? I can't remember.
In the movie, we see that, Maria likes to roller skate around the base and whatnot, because it's a base in that universe. And so it makes it a really cute parallel that Shadow uses the jets in a sort of roller skating fashion. Like they skate in the same way Maria did. It's a really nice parallel.
I like that movie, as stupid as it was.
Oh yeah, full same. Rockin' Raccoon says, is Creed the non-binary flag right now? Accidentally, yes, actually. Yellow, purple, white, and black. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say! Yes, you are! You're in a court! This sort of information has been carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny! Actually, I have a genuine question. Can a court require you to break an NDA?
Oh no.
Like, if you sign a non-disclosure agreement, but the court requires your testimony on something that would break that, are you allowed to violate your NDA on the grounds that the court requested it? Like, you can't voluntarily break an NDA, but can a court obligate you break an NDA? I would need to ask my lawyer friend about that. I'm gonna one second. I'm gonna send a message.
Can't this happen after the stream?
Yeah, well, 1 second. It takes 2 seconds. Hey, quick law question while I'm in the middle of streaming. If a court requests it, do you think you're legally allowed to break an NDA without the consequences of breaking an NDA? And then we'll await the answer in due time. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. Dude, if Francisca was here and whipped Old Bag would fucking suplex her. Francisca might have the whip, but she do not have the strength. Old Bag is ready to tear down. Remember she chased that kid around the fucking movie studio? Old Bag's ready to fucking curb stomp on a moment's notice.
It would be like a DBZ fight.
The courtroom would be in shatters. It would be terrible.
You saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yesy!
Really?
Annoying brat! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person!
Yeah, last time you were on the stand, you in fact saw someone who was not the person you said you saw. Old Prag would kick her ass like Hunter from Left 4 Dead. Valid. Honestly, smash or pass in the Left 4 Dead infecteds. Hunter, smash. Jockey,
It's only
pass.
Hunter and Witch.
Charger, smash. Spitter, smash.
Charger is good at smash.
Boomer, pass. I already said Jockey, I think, but pass again. Smoker, that's a tough one, but I'm gonna go with pass. Tank, pass. Witch, smash. The clown, smash. The one wearing the hat, smash. The hardware hat, smash. Mudman, pass. SWAT unit, pass. What's the other uncommon? What's the other uncommon? The one from the other one. Mudmen are from Swamp Fever. The hard hat ones are from that one. I already said the clown, the SWAT person, hazmats. The hazmats, smash. The screamer, smash. Anyways,
What's the screamer?
the screamer was a planned one back in Left 4 Dead 1. Their thing was that you could they could scream and it summons a horde, but eventually their ability was bound into the boomers thing where they bloom on you and then you get hit. I still think it would be nice to have something like that. Like, if there's ever a Left 4 Dead 3, it would be nice to have somebody whose, like, thing is that, like, they could summon a horde, maybe not as strong of a horde, but without the negative of being unable to hear or see. I don't know, it might be a little too passive for some people, but I don't know. It's interesting. There was also the idea for a character who can, like, leave a trail behind them that kind of, like, becomes like a hazard for, like, the acid from the spitter. So, who knows? Why do I get a sense of Diga Vow? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You want me to tell you about his face? That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips.
Dude was a twink!
His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth.
His teeth were shining.
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup posters, dearie.
This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean... I don't care how it looks in this week's issue. Please stay up with what you saw that night.
What? Unguard's face in the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper.
So, Mr. Wright,
Krita's voted against BBWs. Look, I'm not against BBWs, I'm against a person who, if they take any amount of damage, explodes into bile. Honestly, not my thing. Let's chop and sink, smash a pal, smash has, so that's where the car mechanic came from. I think the car mechanic might have been related, but not the same thing. So is the Screamer equivalent in Back 4 Blood? Look, hot take, I should play Back 4 Blood again sometime, but also Back 4 Blood was not a very good game, because it tried to put a hat on an already good hat, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I've mentioned this before, I think, but like, my like dream job is being a game designer. I want to make video games because I love game design as like an entire concept, and if I ever needed to make something that's relatively simple, quote unquote, it would be something that is sort of a Left 4 Dead like, where it's a 4 people versus versus enemies and whatnot, versus mode ideally. But the idea is like, it doesn't need to be more complicated than that. That's all. That's it. You just need to do that, and you have a good game. The issue with the reason people stop playing, people don't play Left 4 Dead as much, is because the game hasn't been updated in forever. Like, got that Last Stand update, which was great, but it would be so cool to see a better engine do it. Better engine, new infected, new maps. That's all it needs to do. Give us something fresh, and it does not need to have
like gun mechanics and other like loadout shit. It doesn't need all this faff. Sorry, faff. But it just needs to be what it is and do what it is very well, and then you're good and golden. Anacrusis is doing a pretty good job of capturing the game style, but not the same theme, and I feel like the theme is a pretty solid thing you want. Like, the zombie apocalypse is sort of a vibe. Like, I don't know.
Darktide, Vermintide, I did not like those. I played one of those games, I think Darktide, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, those are different. Again, Darktide and Vermintide do what Back 4 Blood was trying to do, but better, but they're still not Left 4 Dead. They are still, like, 4-player versus everyone things, but they're more like an adventure than a survival like Left 4 Dead is. Like, there's a difference there. It feels a lot more like you are fighting to survive in Left 4 Dead, I feel. Like, I don't know. Like, I liked Vermintide. I tried Darktide, didn't do very much in it, so I don't have a strong opinion on that. But I really enjoyed Vermintide. I played a really weird build that I can't remember. All I remember is I played it wrong, and I was doing it wrong on purpose because I found it funny.
The only game that, like, really does what Left 4 Dead 2 does that I can think of is Payday 2.
Look. I feel like that's incorrect, but correct at the same time. It's incorrect in that...
Mode.
Like, it does, Payday 2 does not do the same, it's not the same game, it's not the same mechanics, it's not, like, you have loadouts, you have skill trees, you have different missions, objectives, it's different every time. Like, Payday 2 is a fantastic game, and but it's not the same game as Left 4 Dead. What it does great is captures the feeling of camaraderie, of excitement and energy, of a constantly changing and like mutating situation as you have to like get ready for things going wrong or going bad. It does a great job of getting you in there. Like, say what you will, those games are immersive without needing to be immersive, if that makes sense. Like, they're not like high definition ultra realistic, but they make you in the moment. You are reacting to the world, and they do a great job of that, which I feel like a lot of 4-player versus 4PvE games kind of lack nowadays. They don't get you in there. That's why they're so good. They do their root so good that the expansion from it is so rewarding. You know what I mean?
Shadowrun, what do you mean we are not starting this? You are not starting this. You're the only one who doesn't think Payday 2 is a good game. If you're saying it's not. Also,
Versus is a fantastic game mode, and the fact that that Back 4 Blood didn't have a good Versus mode is probably a killer on its release. Anyone who dislikes Versus is because you got into bad Versus matches and lost. This reminds me of...
might not be, I mean,
it's not everyone's cup of tea. I'm being facetious. Random fun gamer fact, Gears of War had a multiplayer mode. Fun fact about it, if you were in low enough levels, you would do more damage. The game made you do more damage if it was like your first or second time playing to make sure that you were getting kills. Because if you don't get kills, you're less motivated to keep playing the multiplayer. But if you get kills, you are in fact more motivated to keep playing the multiplayer because you want to keep hitting that high of how good you did that first game. And so that is a very clever and insidious thing it did. Shout out to that game. Because it never mentions it does that. Anyways.
Video game.
Was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Yeah, it was important.
I don't even remember what the fuck it was.
That was like hours ago. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what parts of that testimony was important.
You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say.
Mr. Wright, there is something much more valuable than a person's pride.
I do like I can make my irises disappear by going in the shocked face.
And that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I just wasted his good favor.
She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
That's bad for us. Really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic.
I would not know what you mean.
She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she?
Couldn't relate.
Well, that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Okay, so we need to find the error. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to go pace around the hall in front of the room. There was something I was interested in. Oh yeah, we need to keep asking about the face. Is this one?
It's the last one.
Okay, what was the person carrying? The person's clothes. What was the person carrying? What was the man you saw carrying? In which hand? His right or his left? Either! If he's carrying something, I'd like to know. You can list both. I don't give a shit. Ah, no, this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright.
Sorry? What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand? Ah, he wasn't carrying anything in that hand. Then how about his left? Empty. I'm going to kill you? And then kill you again. The judge is throwing. Well, this whole thing has been a lot of nothing.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
It was very important. The person's clothes, were they in fact wearing a hakama? Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are! Really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing!
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Ah, he was wearing that at a detention center too. It's honestly not a bad jacket, I kinda like it.
I think it was meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons.
Men! Hey!
Do women be seduced out of pantaloon by that jacket? Really?
First of all, don't hate the player, hate the game. Second of all, he could be just as well seducing men out of their pantaloons.
Probably more likely with that outfit, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, that level of twink in that fit, like, dude, he would be pulling for days in the right neighborhood.
I guess the gay neighborhood.
There are gay neighborhoods. I remember seeing a Tumblr post the other day that was like a person's dad being upset that they can't like talk about their like lawnmower or such in this neighborhood they moved to because it's an up and coming gay neighborhood.
and like everybody keeps trying to like hit on them when they just want to talk about like random bullshit. Like normal like dad fare. You know how it'd be. Yeah, sometimes there's a gamerhood. Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Yeah, it was important. I don't know what else to say here. It was important. Because otherwise I'm getting fucked.
Oh, that's no. Wait, no, wait.
Oh, sorry. I think that was no.
Motherfucker. Alright, let me look back at the stream.
Well, if it was new, it should have started the same way.
Phoenix said, "Don't you see Edgeworth?" Edgeworth said, ... Phoenix said, "Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony."
I don't see where you're going with this, but alright. Witness, please.
Oh, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He's wearing his flashy racing jacket, honestly just all for show. Which is incorrect, because if he had the badge, it would have been in his Hakama! If he's not wearing his Hakama, why would the button wind up in it, you know? Gaming! Miss Oldbag. I keep saying it like that because I'm referencing the musical. Not the real musical, but like, not the real play, but like the Random Encounters musical. Because they always refer to Miss Oldbag as Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's Mentos. Ah, it's a button number 2 on the Jamba Ninja costume. I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. Die-hard fans adore your hands. They love your throat and quote-unquote you. This button was discovered on Mr. On Guard's body during the full-body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal On Guard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? See? And On Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness? Now, it may just be me. I'm just a small-time lawyer, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say the defendant, Matt On Guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. So they judge people based on what they wear? If I weren't the trainiest dress managers decided to put up with the wearing this ridiculous outfit, you'll agree this outfit looks hideous, right? I got a tapeworm stuck to my chest. Let me tell you, like, heavy, so heavy. I wish I had watched the CDs wearing them. Like keeping that dream alive for all those kids out there wearing on the smile on face. You want to stand down? Just take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as documentary on curling. You should take an extra itchy boot. He's got style.
Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality...
I'm glad that I have this character, because there's not a goddamn chance Maka would keep up.
No, I there was a character who did that I voiced, and I sort of kept up.
Yeah.
Kind of.
You're a gamer. I believe in you. Mako, you know what? You've earned it. But I didn't... There you go, Mako.
Is this larger than before?
No, that's still the largest one we have.
Okay.
Though if you insist, I guess I'll get one ready for next stream.
I feel like at a certain point, you can't even see my face.
You're the
I don't know.
colorful part against the black background, Mako. It's not actually that hard to see you.
Was not Mr. Ungard the man? But Mr. Ungard, the Nickel Samurai?
Dude, how many times this music comes up and it always hits? This music always slaps, like, say what you will, but, like, regardless of the situation, this music just, either for plot reasons or for non-plot reasons, it just hits. What do you think about it? They're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag. This is really important. It's a really important part. What is he talking about? Etchy Boo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Yeah, I think Edgeworth's definitely on our side. He's not, like, freaking out at all whenever we go against him.
Oh yeah, like, Edgeworth is definitely a changed person. He's definitely much more, like, amenable to the fact that some people put on the stand are actually innocent. And some people are actually just idiots when they're witnesses.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Alright, if you insist. Because, like, that's sort of what the job of the prosecutor and defendant is for. The defendant gives a reason for how they could not have done this, and the prosecutor gives a reason for how they could have done that in those circumstances. And then they go back and forth. Like, none of them are supposed to rig the situation to be like, I need to get the guilty, or I need to get the not guilty. It's supposed to be that back and forth of like, here's a possibility that produces doubt, here's a way that does not produce doubt, etc., until they can come to a conclusion on whether or not there was a reasonable doubt the person did it.
Jaden, I would argue that music does not either hold up or doesn't over time. It's just like, you know, Beethoven's music holds up in the sense that, like, it was good and it doesn't get worse in comparison to modern music. It's just like music is either good or bad.
Yeah, music is one of, like, the timeless mediums. It's like painting. Painting has not gotten, like, egregiously better in many ways, but, like, art's just been good for, like, the entire time. The idea of holds up is always, like, the weirdest thing, like, with, like, certain...
They can apply to, like, gameplay, like, outdated gameplay systems.
Oh, yeah, I get that. In certain situations, like, holds up has an argument to be made, but, like, 90% of art, I feel like holds up is not a relevant factor. Like, things just exist in perpetuity. And music is definitely one of those things. Moonlight Sonata will continue to slap for centuries. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw! Wow, 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 wow. Look at Wild West. On guard! Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai! That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw! Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was studying poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say it was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't you bad little boys thinking such rude things? But the possibility does exist. Lady, do you really want this to be the second time you mistook somebody instead of a metallic samurai costume?
True.
Ah, youngins today! I told you, there's no way it was anyone else!
How do you know that?
Because he kept saying skibbity bop and bottom as he was walking around, which is a normal Zoomer thing to say. Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. 8, You may cross-examine the witness.
Can I, like, hit her across the face, maybe? How many changes we'll get to in this testimony? Would you please get on with your testimony?
Huh, watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder?
I thought you were 20.
My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
She didn't say she was 20, she said she stopped counting after 20.
We should make her 20.
No, she stopped keeping track.
What?
A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone as he's the Nickel Samurai.
She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Wow, like, I've never seen a bigger simp in this game than this character. Like,
Yeah.
you don't use the word simp lightly, but Old Bag is a simp. She is full-on SIMP scrolls in the pants.
I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
Why
Why?
am I being billed for chewing? It would cost you
like 50
more.
cents?
It would cost you more to send that bill to me than it would to just pay for the gum yourself.
Yeah.
Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. A little careful your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Now ask me this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public court. So what?
See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well,
I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can be held responsible for the past. It was 5 minutes ago. You can be held responsible for 5 minutes ago. There's a reason there's a statute of limitations. The murder happened over 5 minutes ago. You still think that person should be held responsible, right?
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters, the man was inside that costume. Is that enough?
Do people like my voice for Old Bag? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely fitting.
I accidentally scrolled the thing. And why would that be?
That way, no one can see his face, of course.
Well, there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You're such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me? If we enjoy her voice, then it wouldn't be Old Bag.
I got it! Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear on the posthumous show?
Well, all I got to do is contestants were supposed to go on stage at the friendly gesture thing.
And that included the Jam and Ninja.
Of course it included him! That's why when On Guard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give this thing a thought!
I see.
Oh, anyway...
So, let me ask you one last time. The Persian you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet?
I just realized I can eat nachos later. I think I might do that.
Hey, Mako. What kind of cheese just isn't yours?
Nacho.
Nacho cheese. Mako, what is the nosiest pepper?
The one that's all up in your face.
Yes! You are a delight, Mako!
Fuck you.
Why did you say that to me? Why would you be mean to me? Why would you do that? That's so mean. That's so mean. That was.
Fuck you for being proud of me.
Now I become yellow. Look what you've done to me.
Oh god, you're the same color as your hair. Not the Joker. You don't need to think hard. You don't need to think too hard on this one.
Huh?
There's a contradiction in our testimony. It's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us.
Well, I think what you're talking about first, but okay. Okay.
You look like a slime with eyes.
Pink lemonade slime. Slime. Anyway.
Okay, but do I really want my food today to have been half a pizza, jalapeno potato chips, and nachos? I don't
That would be
know
based as hell, yeah!
Yeah,
Hell yeah!
I do want that.
Hell yeah, that's
Depends
based,
on how
Mako!
tired, if I'm more tired or hungry after the stream.
You're allowed to have a good day at last, Mako!
I did install my new PSU, I've earned it. I guess, I don't
You
know.
did earn it! I think we send this one because it shows the photo that he's covered. You cannot tell who this is. Well, do I send it on like this, or do I send it on like a different one?
Is there a thing where she claims that it's Mountain Guard?
Oh, like they say on guard at this point.
Probably not that though. Show me all of them.
Knife!
No fingerprints on the
No
knife.
fingerprints because he's wearing gloves! Yes! Good job, Mango! High five! Please take a look at this photograph! Every time it makes me laugh. Daff. I'm still so fucking shocked Penrose got Baba O'Reilly on that.
Last night I was showing Liz the questions because obviously she was going to be a contestant, but she ended up not being able to go through with it. So I was like, okay, let me just run you through, see if you would have gotten something. And she did in fact get the fucking what's up, what's going on one, because she apparently looked that up at one point. So like, it is always surprising to see what information people have randomly picked up over the years.
I was surprised I was the only one who knew milkshake duck.
Yeah, Liz also got Milkshake Duck. One that she also got was Left 4 Dead Survivors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. You wanna know how I got these scars? If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, it's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
It's me, the Joe Creed. Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important in this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at?
Yes, because it's an obvious, like, fallacy, you donk-ass. That's exactly what I'm driving at, and I don't even have a driver's license!
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
I don't have a car, I drive a bicycle. If Mr. Ungawa was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
Yeah, one's like an artificial claw.
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why would he do that?
Yeah, why would he do that? Like,
Why would he do that?
You know what I really want in my murder crime? Fingerprints. I'm gonna take my gloves off for added grip. Why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off.
The murder did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I have heard that before.
Glad I keep my volume down these streams as Lunacon. You're correct to do so.
Do you not have a... Surely you have a compressor.
Well, Mr. Knight, what do you have to say about Mr. Droth's theory?
If I have a compressor, it's because you obligated me to have one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made you do it.
I just like to scream into my microphone sometimes. Let me get this straight. Edward's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yes! If he had no intention of killing them, why did he bring his knife? Either they brought the knife with the intention to kill, or they did not have the intention to kill when they went there. Those are the only possibilities. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, they were saying it was premeditated or something. I don't remember.
This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Unguarded was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Because the knife. The knife? And we forgot about the knife. The knife? I was actually just like wondering, like, do I need to present a different evidence? I feel like we presented the knife like 8 times now.
This knife is used by Mr. On Guard during a dinner time.
Yes,
Dinner.
we did establish that. I wonder
what's for dinner. Which means that if my client was in fact Shalala, the killer, then he brought his knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from suppository 1.
I don't think that's the word we're looking for.
And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. That's a thing that exists. Which means the defendant fingerprint shouldn't have all be over like a bees in a hive. That brings me to my final point. This knife is planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say! Order in the court!
More of a bourbon cream, please.
Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt On Guard. To frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course.
To frame...
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. If that were true, then there shouldn't have been a single fingerprint on this knife.
Witness!
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
He wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who are you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
Isn't it just Mr. Carlita?
I have a feeling you were waiting for Mr. One
Shut up.
Mr. One Corrida, am I a correct witness?
What do you think? You're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida.
Maybe he was waiting around for that person.
The two I think Mia's hiding at, it's certainly a possibility. Yes, Old Bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? You were waiting for... Adrian Andrews!
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. Because, as stated before, gossip, and that one time we were looking at the magazine said this looks like something Old Bag would read. She knew about the fucking Adrian Andrews might be having dinner with Mr. Corrida. She wasn't going for Corrida. Old Bag wasn't going for Corrida. She was looking to see if there was Adrian Andrews so he could step in and be like, hey, step off my mans.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is Well, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can really be called such a thing. Also, somebody earlier mentioned, did I get an achievement? I did, Judge Wagner, when I did the Judge Wagner line of dialogue.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I have some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons, all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
Hot take, I really don't like how bright their fingernails are.
I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you, young'uns.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
God, she's been here for a while.
I think we've been talking for a while. Secret information.
That Angard is one evil, evil man. He kicks puppies and eats money for poor people. He eats up dollar bills and poor people's little metal cups. He's a fucked up dude. I once saw that man kill an entire swarm of orphans. They were coming at him with knives, but he still killed them. I think that's fucked up regardless. Like, even if they're gonna get you, like... Chad, if a swarm of orphans are coming at you with knives on the warpath... No, like, there's no time. There's no time. There's like 50 orphans with knives coming to kill you. Is it immoral to kill these orphan children?
You're gonna die unless you have an assault rifle.
Yeah, but like, if you manage to survive and take some of them out, are you in the moral high ground here?
Play the game.
He thought he could just ruin poor Juan's by causing a huge scandal. So that he set his own manager to getting close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this was top secret, you got that? Nobody else knew, no, okay?
I was reading chat, what did she say?
There was a scandal.
The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court.
Be right back, man. Go entertain them with an anecdote.
If I were you... I don't know. You still have stink bugs in your home? There weren't really... there were like a couple, maybe like a very small number this past winter. Last winter, they really hung out inside the home. There was one that other night, but I put him outside. I haven't really seen many. I saw like a little, it looked like a seed, but it was like a little oval-shaped bug that was crawling in the little grout, like between my bathroom tiles. You know how it's like there's a space between the tiles where the grout goes? It was following it like a road. Which Joker is the best in the Jimbo game? Baron is definitely the one that immediately comes to mind. I don't know. I'm tired. You're going to finish these cases today, and Mac, oh fuck no.
Chat, I think just gonna give you a little readout there that I think maybe drinking that much 90 proof alcohol might have been a bad choice.
Wait, how much did you drink? I thought you only did one.
I've been drinking more of it over time. The bottle's half empty. So I'm drinking about 100.
How many ounces is the
100, it's 200 milliliters total, so I'm drinking about 100 milliliters of 90 proof, and a bit of 70 proof as well, because I wanted to. I thought I had too much. I had too much of the mixer in my drink, and so I was like, I need a bit more alcohol in there, but I didn't want to use up all my good stuff, because this is now my tiny bottle, which I will label as good stuff. That I needed more of another alcohol, so I put another whiskey in there that was 70 proof. Answer the
tired.
Creed is. I'm not crunked. I'm wobbly. Did you eat some food at least? I ate a piece of cheese.
How about after this we watch that Top Gear special and then
Top Gear?
And go to bed.
That works for me. Muck oh. What was? Well, there was a question somebody asked me. Jen asked me a question. Are the orphans British? Look, if anyone's going to commit a knife crime. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant. Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
The truth is sometimes pleasant. Mako, you're my best friend.
You too.
Yay! I love to know that I'm somebody else's best friend. Mako, I'm so happy that we met each other and that we are such good friends, and so, like, we get along so fucking well with each other about all sorts of things. I really like that. It's so cool. I really like that we're friends.
Yeah.
You're poggers. You're a poggers guy. You're a real poggers boy. You're a pog champ. Mako, you're my little pog champ.
I'm not little.
To be fair, you're like 8, not 10. I'm gonna go with like a ton. 1 ton.
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
William? So this means I have to smash the rumor once and for all. What if there was a person whose name was Ilium and they were ill for short?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
How many fucking cross-examinations are we gonna do on this old bag?
She's one flighty broad.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right, I'm good as nothing but an average foul-blooded youth!
Check, don't say ton with the N-E. Check, I'm using the US ton, not the fucking British ton. Who do you take me for?
Are they different units?
Yes, they're different units. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire.
As the old saying goes, light this old lady on fire.
Immolation. No breathing. Can't give up. I'm bleeding. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. We sing far too much on stream.
That unguard is one even man.
Oh, we already done this. Okay, where's the air? Air's the where? Unguard's an evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. To do so, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I'm not condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
Wait, is this new, actually?
Oh, and this is top secret.
Oh, no.
Oh, is this? No, this might be new actually. Can't say something like that without proof. It's just slander. That's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA. And the magazine this came from is Gossip Land. What, are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? No. I have to be completely earnest in my opinion here. No, gossip is not inherently false, but it is typically inflammatory. It is going to exaggerate for the sake of being spread. So you should take every gossip with a grain of salt. How do you
I might
know?
actually just go to bed after this because I just realized, for one, it's gonna be like effort to make nachos. Not really. I don't know. I'll decide after the stream.
I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. It's not. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. I mean, nowadays. The Creed Crazy Taxi is just a normal taxi game. Razor Crossing, or Animal Crossing Pal says, did everyone restart the same game? Almost every YouTuber is in the same game, or GFA. Well,
Kind of
sometime.
randomly decided to play this.
Yeah, I just decided because it was in my like Steam inventory for a while, and I've always wanted to play it. Opportunity, went for it. Sometimes you can go with like the you can try to argue about the metaphysical noosphere of like the collective human unconscious decided they wanted to play Ace Attorney, and that's why everyone started doing it. Or just the general concept of memetics in general. But yeah, I think it's just random chance that somebody did it and then other people also did it. You know how it'd be.
Yeah, I don't believe you were influenced in any way.
Yeah, I think I just decided.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Enguard will never let me say. It'll never get to me. Enguard will never get me to say Tucci. Scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know it that much. Well, the Enguard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Didn't have any proof that Mr. Enguard did any such thing. He must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy do I wish I could do something about you. It's like setting you on fire. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Enguard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
It's probably something. Can we look at her court record?
Yeah, really. Declined to offer to present. I don't have anything to offer. See, just what I thought. You were lecturing about saying things without proof. You just give me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's when the cookie crumbles for you, anyway.
And a strategic to take action. If it's the knife again, I'm going to kill somebody. What do you mean by I took action? I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. That slimy woman came out of Juan's room. I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. It's all you youngins need.
You're going to teach her a good lesson?
I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams on my ray gun. My Mako ray gun. Like this.
No, stop!
Oh, it's too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Interesting. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. That's true, then how do you know about the secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole in my brain, you'll never find out. I still love that we like drilled holes into our brains back in the prehistoric era. Cured headaches. How in the world did that old bag of stitches see secret information?
Press.
If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you don't get to go home today. Edgy-boo, what are you doing? Help me!
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me, you'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward. You don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
She could have gotten it, she could have just made it up. It's like, okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Edgeworth, for your helpful information here. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering.
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did Lobag get her information? There must be something I can use to figure it out.
Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way.
I don't think I've heard anything really out of the ordinary just now.
There has to be something we can catch her on.
Yeah, when I find out, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Okay, I think we need to press the, God damn it. Get back to it. Let's wait and see. I should probably think a bit more about this. Don't do anything rash. For now, maybe I should just sit back and watch things play out.
Okay, well, that's just nothing.
Yeah, okay. I think we want to present evidence there, because we know she got her information from a tabloid.
What if we present Lada?
You want to present Lada?
Yeah.
But know the secret information, correct? That's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it! Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire secret info, isn't it?
Or the camera. Lada or the camera, maybe. I don't know.
It was stolen on the night of the murder! And it has a tabloid article inside of it that we know about! That's why she has inside information no one knows about, because it's information that doesn't actually exist! Because Lada just made it up!
Oh, yeah.
The investigative photographer Lada Hart!
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrage impressions.
about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then, I really ran out this piece of paper so being meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. It's the absolute list of groceries to buy.
And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
What's Chapin saying? Razor Crossing says both Ben and Mac should be put in jail.
Was Ben the ventriloquist?
Yeah, Ben's the ventriloquist. Ben didn't actually do anything.
He was a pedophile.
No, the puppet was a pedophile. Ben wasn't a pedophile. There's a different characters, Mako. Pay attention. Trillo would be the one to go to jail, but Trillo might actually be a minor. I don't actually know how old the doll is. Max is just a weird person. Also, this is a complete different case. Don't bring up shit from a prior trial. We're on this one right now.
I'm a huge fan of Huang's, by the way. That's why. Infamous, puffy-haired whippersnapper.
Hey, Razor, we don't want to discriminate. Puppets are people too. They can deserve as many people They deserve as many rights as you and me. And racism will not be allowed in my chat room. I assure you. You little whippersnapper.
She's working with that evil on guard, and she said to herself, on guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, staring like a little sleek duck. I was like checking what she had written. Actually, you believe me, don't you? Was I trying to help out like the angel I am?
No, Lunacom, we already agreed. Assault's not actually a crime in this universe because Von Karma's allowed to whip whoever she wants. You can commit as much assault as you want. It's only when it's murder is it actually an issue.
It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
That's a good one, Edgeworth. Solid take.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
Ace Attorney allowed a parrot to take the stand. Looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her?
No.
Do you believe in life after love, Mako?
I can feel a thing inside of me. Really don't think you're strong enough now.
Anyways, kill this woman. Up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said the only thing you stole was that note! Is this correct?
Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat?
I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all. You're lying, damn it! I'm allowed to swear now, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under the scrutiny again?
My credibility is off the chain. Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night. Camera. You stole the camera. Miss Oldbag. That note was with the camera inside its case, wasn't Kit?
The camera?
yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. Kept saying something like, "My sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me." That was my impression.
Why, witness?
Razor Crossing, parrots aren't real. They're fictitious birds. Don't be silly.
What is it, Gramps?
Birds can't speak. It's fiction. Like, pay attention. If you have the note, then it's the only logical you have the camera too.
Yeah, looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera that you're looking for? I might just be the lunatic you're looking for.
That's,
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Imagine your company being named Slime Bag. Macca, we should name our company Slime Bag. All of the VTuber groups are now slime bags. Macca's not acknowledging me. I feel insulted. Well, when I saw that, I had known what sort of pictures you'd taken.
I'm just trying to get through this so I can eat my nachos later.
I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff! Check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court.
Dun dun dun!
This is the Nickel Samurai.
That's the Nickel Samurai. They're coming out of the room with all the flowers and the one bear in front of it. Is there anything weird going on? We can't see their other hand.
The room where he died.
The room with all the bears is the one he died in, but the room with one bear out front was not that room. It was the room with.
Oh.
Wait, was it or was it? I would need to double check. It might be the bear room. I would need to double check. I thought in guard's room was the left. No, I'm an idiot. It's the other way around. Because if we go to the court record, and then we look at the map, on guard's room was the small one that was on this side with just like the two like wreaths. Well, this one was Karita's room, and it was longer because it had the slide. Remember, it had the slide. You could slide down the room, so it was bigger. Why was this room bigger? That's weird. This room is wider than the Viola Hall is wide. What? Anyways. So yeah, they are coming out of Karita's room. There's a little, richer. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw!
This proves that the witness was not lying only about this matter.
Lotta's photograph, picture taken in the hallway right after the murder.
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However,
Razor says, I love this case. I enjoy this case so far. I think out of all of the cases so far in this game, I did like the circus one the most because of how unlikely circumstances needed to come into place to allow the case to come into part. I really loved that part of it. But this one's been very fun so far, and I can't wait to see what twists and turns are on the way. Because, like, there's no chance this is as straightforward as it seems to be.
in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his nickel samurai costume. If that is the case, then this nickel samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this?
Creed liking Big Top for the reasons most others dislike it is very on brand. Honestly, full agreement. Like, I understand people will be like, this case sucks because it requires so many, like, random occurrences. But I fucking love it that it got so many random occurrences. Like, it is the perfect magic trick, as I've said. It required so many things to fall into place to allow a guy to commit a murder he wasn't even there for. Like, it's so wild! I love it! It's so good! There's... What, you okay over there?
Sorry. It's been 4 hours.
I know, I'm trying to be fast. Like, there's this tendency in art for, like, people to focus on what's wrong with something. They'd like to look at the flaws and not for the merits. And, like, I love to look at the merits instead. Like, if you look at that for just, like, how fucking insane it is, I fucking love it. 10 out of 10.
I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? Court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
Well, obviously we're not going to do that.
If it really decisive, then we're done for. If there is an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This felt a lot of heart, Chuck. There's something strange with it. Always gotta be something strange. There's something strange with the photo.
I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
I like a good bunker buster. Good old Worms. Mag, we should play Worms again sometime. Remember when we played Worms with Red? That was fun.
Debunk with the bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Red is obscenely good at Worms. It's fucked up. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Stop putting me on the spot. Jane says fan dub Red? Yes, fan dub Red. The one from the real-time fan dub. I've played Worms with.
Yeah, we do not talk, like, very, very rare that we talk to them, but they're cool.
They're cool. I like them. I wanted to play Sonic Racing with them one time, but I was not available for the timing of it. Well, there ain't something wrong with this photo. Can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did they take this photo from anyway? Check! 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 Schedule another racing! I want to be there for one time. I want to be there! You made me download the game and play the tutorial. You made me go through all that work. I deserve to play it with y'all. Let me in! Let me in! It's all out of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Alvin, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
Can we
What
look
if
at the samurai costume in the...
No, we have,
Oh
we
god.
can't.
Can we save the game?
No, we can't. We gotta be certain here. Okay, let's think. What is odd here?
Could it be something to do with the button or no? Or is the button from the other costume?
The button's from the other costume. The button's from the victim's costume. Because that was the evidence. The button was in the guy's pants. Would it be weird to look up the Nickel Samurai outfit right now? Just so I can make sure? Because, like, we would have it in our evidence, it's just not letting us look at our evidence. Nickel Samurai. Yep, okay, there it is. That's the Nickel Samurai. I'm looking at it on my cellular. Okay, yeah, I got the weird spike thing on the right arm. And the glove. The rope belt. We can't see the metal arm, which is a little suspicious, but I don't... Well, we see the gears at the top of it, I guess. The weird
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be there.
headpiece. The weird hair spikes are odd. There's no circle thing. What do you mean circle thing? Chad, it's all in the fucking line here. You gotta give it. We gotta work together here. Chad, I'm relying on you to help me. I am too many shots in. I'm thinking as hard as I can.
I keep looking at the bear, but I doubt it's the bear.
I don't think it's the bear. The bear is just indicative that it's Karita's room. So like, let's think. Carpet, probably not related. Door, probably not related. The plants, probably not related because we know that they're there. The other door in the background, probably not related. It's probably something to do with him. There's something about him that makes this Nickel Samurai different to what we should expect. Because that's how the game works. There's something about this that makes it seem like we have doubt that this is the actual guy. Now, why would we have doubt? What do we know about him that is different than what we were looking at? You know what I mean? That's the evidence. That's the deal we have. Oh my fucking goodness! Oh, despite it being the same picture, I got it. Despite it being the same, check, thank you. I don't know why, but despite the fact that you sent the same picture that I was looking at a second ago, I suddenly got it. I suddenly figured out what the fuck is wrong. Mac, I'm gonna give you a minute. I want you to see if you can figure it out. It's one of those when you realize it, you'll fucking shit a brick. You know, it's like that Reddit. It's that Reddit thread. I know what it is, and it's what it is. It's what it is. Oh my googly gongus. That is a subtle one. I'll give them props on that one. That is a slick. That's a tricky dick, if you know what I mean.
Are they too short?
They're too short! Because their pants are ruffling!
I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
I kept looking at the bottom of the pants, but I didn't realize at first.
What kind
What
of
are you
person wearing
pointing to?
ill-fitting pants?
His ankles?
Mako, if anyone should know about ill-fitting pants, it's...
Yeah.
See, the joke is that you're... Anyways, if you can see the person's ankle, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
What does that mean?
I'm so happy we managed to get through that. I was so prepared to me to fuck that up. The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard.
What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster.
Yeah, like, Edgeworth is not doing that thing as like, this is preposterous, why are we entertaining this? He's just like, you should probably state what your reasoning is.
Yeah, you can't just claim things. Give us a good reason.
Like, he's definitely on our side here.
His socks. You could see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, the samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to walk. There's one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. Oh, we got a response, by the way, from earlier. Let's see. When it comes to NDAs in the court, the court would have to nullify it first. They couldn't just request you to break it. And they would have to nullify it, find it unenforceable, etc. If the judge was dumb enough to do it, to get slammed immediately on appeal. By contract law, it's pretty cut and dry by virtue of being contract law. Sometimes an NDA will even have a section on, if a court asks, yeah, just say it though. Okay, so yeah, a court can nullify an NDA, or it will have a section being like, you're allowed to break it if a court asks. Understood! We learn a new thing every day.
That's curious.
Well, what is?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today.
Yeah, because he's not upset that we're winning. He just wants us to figure out the logic. Like that's what we have two brains going on. One brain trying to figure out every possibility that could make it this person the murderer, and the other brain figuring out every possibility that makes them not the murderer. That's how a trial's supposed to work. It's not a competition. That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
Jaden says, if I had a nickel for every time a samurai's pants and it being more scrunched up than usual was the key to an important part of the case, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of funny it happened twice. Was that part of the previous one? Like, I knew they had a limp, but it was like...
I don't think it was.
It wasn't scrunched. Besides, there's only... Anyways. He doesn't feel under,
Oh, it froze.
Tack? That I haven't damaged his case at all?
Hang on, don't go, it's still frozen.
You okay over there?
Yeah, your stream fucked up.
Oh, let me reconnect then.
Did you not realize? Like, when he said he doesn't feel under attack, everything after that was just gone. No, it's not, Avery, it was the stream, your computer fucked up.
Well, yes, I know that, but I assumed it was back when it stopped fucking up.
Okay, but like, what...
Is it back?
Is there... Yeah, I'm just seeing if there was any lines we missed.
No, it was a tack. I said
Okay.
and then waited for it to stop breaking, and then said tack.
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution is trying to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of?
Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume?
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah, why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
I don't know.
The only person described with a small stature, I'd assume. Adrian Andrews. Like, they literally stated, I'm rather small. They said, I'm a small ooh little bean. Tiny ooh bean. I'm just a level 1 goblin. I don't even give many experience. That's what they said. I mean, who else would it be? Everyone else is a valid size. Also, yeah, as Lenore pointed out, the only other person with fingerprints in the room is the wine glass with Adrian Andrews' fingerprints.
Oh, true.
Adrian Andrews.
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman!
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. I have no other arguments. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Apparently, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Yeah, but this still doesn't clear up why the knife was used as a non-murder weapon. Because as described, the autopsy says they were choked to death by the scarf. So the knife being the murder weapon isn't even really relevant.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, right?
I've just now. The last needs to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carida. I forgot to do the thing. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! Order! Order!
Oreo cake.
It looks like this trial has had a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews.
When will they introduce the super pina?
A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day.
One more day. Oh no! We have a person being kidnapped who need to be resolved in a day.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like I feel like the serial killer might understand being like, hey, I noticed that you, like, tried really hard to, like, get the indictment there, and, like, you did a really good job getting On Guard not found guilty. I can see you're going with somewhere with it. I'll let you ride for another day. How about that? Like, would that be so hard? I feel like the killer is a reasonable person. I feel like serial killers are pretty reasonable, in general. If I get a verdict today, then Maya...
Well then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? They're just about to adjourn the court. Object.
Now then,
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not.
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
Hell yeah, Edgeworth coming in for the fucking assist! He knows what's up!
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Tis unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
Edgeworth became prepared for everything because he knew how much you were going to do to get through this because you needed to save Maya, and so was fully prepared for 3 days worth of events in one day.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss... Let me try that again. That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Mr. Adrian Andrews that Mr. Phoenix Wright would
Edgeworth,
slave
you need a
his way to
drink?
subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby.
Thank you, Edgeworth, for being so based.
She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man?
Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Jane says, can we put Riku, Zuko, and Edgeworth in the trifecta of good as fuck redemption arcs? Fair.
Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, whoo!
It's almost 5 hours.
Yes, I would like to save my
I was just
fucking
finishing
progress.
for the day. Nah, it's only 1 a.m. and I'm only starving. It's only been 4.5 hours. We should probably just finish it.
Alright, well, thank you all for scrumming this evening. I hope you all had a wonderful time. Today's most loved viewer is going to go to Razor Crossing for showing up.
I do really hope that Von Karm just crawls her way to the courtroom, just to, like, push Edgeworth out of the way and try to beat us. Just for the pride of it.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm very curious to see how many, like, so far this trial feels a little cut and dry, which means it's definitely not going to be cut and dry. There is some bullshit we've not realized yet that we need to be ready for. So I'm looking forward to the bullshit.
Trial in the game so far.
I mean, we're not even halfway done yet. Maybe it's going to suck from here on out. Maybe it's going to be dog shit, Mako. You ever think about that?
To be honest, okay, this is gonna sound really bad, but I only remember the second trial and then the big top one. How many trials were there again? Was it 4 or 5?
There are 4. The one we're currently on, the big top one, the first one, which was the memory loss one, and the second one, which was the one where we met Pearl.
Okay, so I only forgot one of them, but I already knew.
You
I had
forgot the
forgotten that
tutorial
one.
trial.
I forgot the memory loss one.
Yeah, the first trial was a tutorial. It's okay if that's not your favorite, because it's a tutorial. That's just how it works.
I forgot, just like Phoenix.
Just like Phoenix Prite. Yeah.
Like, I knew it was Amnesia, but I don't remember any of the characters or who died or who killed or anything.
Good old Amnesia. What was her name? You know how it is. Anyways.
You had beautiful eyes.
Yeah. Spaghetti. Anyways, yeah, I will talk to you all on Friday. I don't know what I'm doing on Friday. But I'll figure it out when I get there.
I mean, probably this.
Oh yeah, Winston Payne was there with Moloch. How can you forget my amazing Winston Payne voice?
Wait, what do you mean Moloch? What the fuck was Moloch? What?
You know how it is.
I really didn't remember that at all, huh?
Remember, I was going like absolutely deranged on the Winston Payne voice. Yeah. Thank you all for coming this evening. Winston Payne's father was a Hewlett-Packard printer for some reason.
Who the fuck is Maggie Bird?
Winston Penisless Payne. Maggie Bird was the person who was being accused, but we were defending them.
I don't remember what she looks like.
She had bad luck, and she was a cop. But yeah, I'll talk to you all next time. Good.